just going to make a little amendment.
Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren, und herzlich willkommen zum zweiten Renntag an diesem Wochenende für die erste Runde der Saison 2020 der Rotax Max Challenge Germany, die hier in der Motorsport Arena in Mülsen ausgetragen wird. Jetzt haben wir Seittraining für alle 6 Klassen, bevor im Laufe des Tages 12 Rennen stattfinden, um am Nachmittag zu entscheiden, wer die Gesamtwertung anführen wird. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second race day for the first round of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season here at Motorsport Arena in Mülsen. So, qualifying is currently underway for all 6 classes. Before 12 races, we'll see who will be leading the standings at the end of this afternoon's proceedings before we head to Wackersdorf on the 19th and the 20th of September, with the first race getting underway at 11:20 local time here on the dedicated live stream here in Saxony. Achtung, Achtung. Startnummer 399, Lukatil, sofort zum Race Control. Startnummer 399, Lukatil, sofort zum Race Control. Danke sehr. Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren, und herzlich willkommen zum zweiten Renntag am diesem Wochenende für die erste Runde der Saison 2020 der Rotax Max Challenge Germany, die hier in der Motorsport Arena E in Mülsen ausgetragen wird. Good morning and welcome to the second round of the first round of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. First up, we have our first of 12 races, and it is Micromax. Here is your grid for the 9-minute race. On pole position will be the number 12 of Niklas Casarino, with Gabriel Hoffmann in the 95 alongside on the front row. Tom Heger and Noah Janssen will line up on row number 2, with Maximilian Pilch and Alexander Klugel in the 11 and the 80 on row number 3. Maxim Becker and Matthias Schulte in the 55 and the 50, that's row number 4, with Oleg Glan in the 18 and the number 14 of Kenyon Washington rounding out the top 10. Completing the 12-strong grid as they go onto the formation lap will be the 27 of Christos Malakos and the number 13 of Leopold Jouch. So 9 minutes set on the timer, plus an additional lap. Red lights now ignited on the starting gantry for the first of 12 races of competition, a total of 29 races throughout the course of the weekend. Air temperature currently around 21, 22 degrees. Sunshine is with us. There is some cloud cover overhead. So it will be down to Niklas Casarino and Gabriel Hoffmann to control the pace for the 2x2 rolling start formation. Rotax racing action set to get underway on the fantastic Sunday morning sunshine here in Germany. Revs rise, they go into the tram lines, and it is a clean start. We're off and away in racing as they head down towards the first corner. And it looks like Tom Heger trying to get up the inside into second position, as it looks like there has been a massive change as both the front runners have ended up, and we've had two carts go wide off of turn number 3. And one of them is Gabriel Hoffmann, who's dropped down to 11th position as the field now starts making its way through the infield. And leading the way is the number 11 of Maximilian Pilch, as now Nicolas Casarino is having to battle away with Kenyon Washington in the number 14. And that is for third on the road as they come through the last chicane for the first time on lap number 1. And it is nearly 3 abreast going into the penultimate right-hander here at the circuit, as the top 4 really starting to break away as we go to complete lap number 1. Maximilian Pilch leads, the 55 of Maxime Becker now in second, ahead of Nicolas Casarino, as the number 88 of Tom Heger leads everyone from around 5th down to the back of the field, and it is quite competitive. As there is a move coming from Matthias Schulte, who's trying to go up the inside of Noah Janssen into turn number 5. Can't make the move through for 6th position, as someone goes very, very wide going off of the track and drops to the back of the order. And that looks to be Christos Malakos in the 27, but the top 3 not really separated much at the moment, as Nicolas Casarino trying to catch Maximilian Pilch in first place, and just behind is Maxime Becker. And they have dropped Kenyon Washington in 4th place by a considerable margin, but it is a slipstream war between the top 3. But still at the moment, the top 3 covered by just under 0.2 of a second. It is 2 abreast, a little bit further down between the number 50 of Matthias Schulte. As now Maxime Becker trying to go up the inside of Maximilian Pilch heading into turn 5. But still, it is a stalemate between the top 3. 6 minutes and 37 seconds plus an additional lap still remaining. This first of 2 races, as Casarino very, very close to the rear bumper of Maxime Becker in the 55. So Maximilian Pilch trying to get a getaway. But Nicolas Casarino looks to be catching again on the back bumper of Maxime Becker as they come through the final right-hander. And again, the second place driver goes defensive, but goes up the inside to take the lead. Nicolas Casarino trying to go through in the process and goes up the inside of Maximilian Pilch to take second position, using the momentum that he had as a result of following Maxime Becker going through the start-finish line. So running order with 5 minutes and 38 seconds plus an additional lap to go. Maxime Becker now leads ahead of Maximilian Pilch. Nicolas Casarino rounds out the top 3. Kenyon Washington up into 4th and has Tom Heger in the 88 trying to close down for 5th position, as there's a move. I think there was Gabriel Hoffmann up the inside of Noah Janssen for 6th position through one of the chicanes. Alexander Klugel down in 8th position ahead of Matthias Schulte, with Oleg Glan in the 18 rounding out the top 10, with Christos Malakos and Leopold Jouch rounding out the 12 drivers that are still competing around the circuit. As this time, Maximilian Pilch trying to go up the inside of Nicolas Casarino for the lead, as Alexander Klugel, Tom Heger goes up the inside of Kenyon Washington for 4th position. So Casarino now down into 3rd, goes to the left, then goes to the right-hand side of Maximilian Pilch, heading into turn 5. So the top 3 still trying to eke out their strategies, as we have had one driver retire. Looks like Leopold Jouch, unfortunately, is out of the race, as the top 3 really concertinaing at the front of the field as they go through the final chicane, as Maxime Becker goes a bit sideways coming into the approach.
and nearly loses the lead, but goes ultra defensive into the penultimate right-hander. But what that has enabled both Tom Hedger and Kenyon Washington to do is to close up. But the top three still not giving up, as Casarino up the inside of Maximilian Pilch, coming out of the final corner, and now tries to make the move. But at the moment, that means that Tom Hedger now has capitalised and has got past the number 12 for third place. And now is going towards the inside of Maximilian Pilch for the very next corner, and is going to try and sweep up the inside and take second. And Kenyon Washington now will follow teammate Niklas Casarino, who started on pole position, now down into fourth place, as the 31 of Noah Janssen and the 95 of Gabriel Hoffmann still battling away over what is sixth position. And then Alexander Klugel has Matthias Schulte for company for eighth place. As now Casarino trying to get past Tom Hedger. Hedger goes defensive. But now the top two come out of the final corner. So Pilch trying to lead and hold off Tom Hedger, but Hedger shoots up the inside. Through into the right-hand kink just after the start-finish line. So just over 2 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. As Pilch goes defensive on Casarino for third place. Casarino gets a good run coming out of the technical part there and goes up the inside of the number 11 through into the chicane to take third place. As Alexander Klugel loses out of position at the very same point on the circuit. But now just keep an eye, as we've had a black and white warning flag shown to the number 11 of Maximilian Pilch. And now the top 7 drivers will pretty much be on the same part of the start-finish straight as we go across the line to complete lap number 7. So Hedger leads, Becker in second, Casarino, Pilch, Washington, Hoffmann, Janssen. Klugel and Schulte now round out the top 9 positions. Olli Glan still quite a bit further back in 10th position, as Christos Malakos comes through to round out the 11 strong that are still running, with an unfortunate retirement for Leopold Joux on lap number 3. But now it seems that Tom Hedger has managed to get a breakaway, and in the meantime Niklas Casarino is up into second position, followed by Maxime Becker in third place. As Kenyon Washington is having to battle away with Gabriel Hoffmann, who now has Noah Janssen in the 31 just behind. They come through the final corner. Just over 60 seconds to go, plus an additional lap in the first of these 2 races, as Kenyon Washington loses out 2 positions to both Gabriel Hoffmann in the 95 and Noah Janssen in the 31. And the battle for third quite clearly on, as round towards the outside. Oh my goodness, Hoffmann trying to go on the inside. It's nearly 3 abreast going into that corner, but Hoffmann decides to slot back in. And that was very, very close indeed. Oh no, we've had a spin coming out of the chicane. Kenyon Washington, I think, has been compromised. No, he hasn't. That is Gabriel Hoffmann that's just had the been involved in the incident, having been unsighted as Maxime Becker, unfortunately, came out of the chicane, hit the curbs, and it spat the back end out to the left-hand side. So this time around, depending on how quickly the drivers get across the start-finish line, we could be on the last lap of the race. It's getting very close here, coming out of the final corner. Last lap board has been shown. So Tom Hedger now has Niklas Casarino trying to chase him down for the lead. Casarino in the process sets the fastest lap of 59.130. Pilch in third place. Washington now up into fourth. Noah Janssen up into fifth. So in through to the infield section, down towards the far part of the circuit, as Casarino has an incredible amount of pace, trying to close on Tom Hedger in the 88. So they now head into the chicane on the back part of the circuit for the final time. Hedger trying to defend against Casarino. Pilch in third place. Washington, Janssen, that's the top 5. And now Casarino has a really good opportunity to come out of the final corner with a great turn of momentum and nearly comes out towards the right-hand side. But the checkered flag will wave, and it will be a very close finish indeed. Tom Hedger takes the win by 80 thousandths of a second ahead of Niklas Casarino. Maximilian Pielich takes third ahead of Kenyon Washington. Noah Janssen in 5th position ahead of Gabriel Hoffmann. Alexander Klugel takes 7th place ahead of Matthias Schulte. Maxim Becker and Ole Glan round out the top 10 positions. As round the final corner comes Christos Malakos in the 27 to be the 11th and last classified finisher, with unfortunately a retirement from Leopold Joux. But Tom Hedger wins from Niklas Casarino by literally 80 thousandths of a second here in the first Micromax race here in Mulzen.
Now we go to our second of 12 races here at Arena E. And next up it is Minimax. Here is your starting order. So on pole position will be the 136 of Leandro Fischer and the 111 of Montego Maassen alongside. Tom Müller in the 122 and Moritz Wolber in the 115 will be on row number 2. Miko Mikov in the 102 and Austin Lee in the 107 will round out the top 3 positions. Jonas Ungnada in the 158 will have David Schnell in the 112 for company on row number 4. And completing the top 10 will be David Jeruk in the 121 and the 174 of Hugo Gütel. And the 12-strong grid will be completed by the 166 of Maximilian Schreier and Adrian Hoare in the 103. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry once again. Another 9 minutes put onto the timer. So it will be down to Leandro Fischer and Montego Maassen to control the rolling start. As they now make their way onto the back part of the circuit through into the final chicane before the double right-hander that will bring them onto the start-finish straight. The drivers now make their way through the right-hand sweeper that will bring them onto the start-finish straight. Lights will go out. We are clean starting and we are off and away, and it is nearly 3 abreast going into turn 2. But at the moment, Leandro Fischer has kept the lead as the drivers still trying to make their way through the first couple of corners cleanly, as there's a little bit of a tussle between Austin Lee and the 158 of Jonas Ungnada as they headed down the straightaway towards turn 5, as we've got a spinner at the back of the field. And that was the 166 of Maximilian Schreier that went spinning, as Fischer now leads. And Montego Maassen now is down into 3rd position. Looks like Tom Müller's got up into 2nd place and will start chasing the RS competition driver for the lead. So Maximilian Schreier has now rejoined a little bit further down the order, but the 122 of Tom Müller now trying to close up and try and go for the lead on Leandro Fischer, as a little bit further behind. Miko Mikov definitely entrenched in a battle for around about 10th place. And it looks like Adrian Hoare is just up ahead as Miko Mikov trying to go up the inside, goes side by side through the exit chicane and gets through. So it looks like that the top 4 will be joined by at least one other kart in the form of 107 Austin Lee. Looks very, very close between 2nd to 4th position, which is being led by Tom Müller. But Jonas Ungnada trying to close on Montego Maassen for 3rd as they come across the line to complete lap number 2. Maassen now trying to go towards the inside of Müller going into turn 2, makes the move through. And then also Ungnada tries to go through too and gets through for 3rd position. And whilst that has happened, Austin Lee now closing on the 122 and going around the outside and actually gets past before they even make the apex of the turn 5 corner. But then Tom Müller still trying to close back up on Austin Lee for 4th place. Just behind them, you've got the likes of David Schnell, David Cheruk and Hugo Gütel battling away for what is 6th position. But Austin Lee trying to close up on Montego Maassen now for what is 3rd on the road, as Leandro Fischer has started to get away. They cross the line for lap number 3.
And Austin Lee trying to go for third, now up the inside of Montego Masson. He actually takes two positions in one corner. Up into second goes the 107 from Kachmi.de. And then also Tom Müller has managed to get up close and personal. It's nearly 2 by 2 heading into turn 5. But Austin Lee managed to get up past two carts in one fell swoop. So got past Montego Masson, and then also Jonas Ungenada, who was trying to get back going through one of the chicanes on the far part of the circuit. But whilst this has been happening, Leandro Fischer has been getting a consistently further distance away. So 1.170 seconds was the difference between Leandro Fischer and Jonas Ungenada on the last lap. But now Austin Lee is in second position, Ungenada in third place. Fischer crosses the line. 54.938 as the 112 of David Schnell trying to go up the inside of Tom Müller for position. Gets up the inside through turns 2 and 3. And that puts the 112 up into 5th place. As then David Chahuk and also Maurice Wolber battling away a little bit just behind that battle. But Fischer now has a gap of nearly 2 seconds over Austin Lee, as Mikko Mikov down in 10th position sets the fastest lap of the race, a 54.870. Four and a half minutes plus an additional lap still remaining. Fischer coming out of the final corner will cross the start-finish line and complete lap number 5 and have an advantage of 2.2 seconds over Austin Lee, as there are more overtaking moves happening, as Montego Masson loses just not 1 place but 2, as the 112 of David Schnell and then the 122 of Tom Müller gets past the 111 through the exit of turn number 3. So the 112 of David Schnell now leading in the battle for 4th position, and that is effectively 7 carts, including himself. So from 4th down to 10th position are in contention for the position now held by the 112. Austin Lee takes a glance over the right shoulder to see where Jonas Ungenada is, and then Ungenada decides to try and go up the inside of the 107 through turn 2, as there are positional changes a bit further towards the back part of the top 10, and Montego Masson, not having a great race at the moment, now drops down to what is 8th position on the road and has got Mikko Mikov just behind. But at the moment, the fastest lap has now changed from Leandro Fischer to Jonas Ungenada in 3rd place, and the gap between 1st and 2nd now drops to 1.9 seconds, as Fischer did a 55.066, Austin Lee a 54.768, and Ungenada, the fastest lap of the race on lap 6 so far, 54.506. So Fischer has to try and keep pushing forward. Oh, a little bit of contact there between Ungenada and Austin Lee. So it was right front wheel of the 158 that went a little bit skywards as he attempted to try and make a move on Austin Lee. But both drivers still keeping their relevant positions. As Tom Müller trying to close up on David Schnell for 4th place, and was just 38 thousandths of a second quicker on that last time around, and Müller set a personal best in the process. So Leandro Fischer will come across the line to complete lap number 8. Black and white warning flag for the 107 of Austin Lee, as we've got just under 90 seconds remaining of this race, plus an additional lap. As again, Ungenada tries to get past Austin Lee going through into turn 2. And then now, just to go through up the inside of the 107 through into turn 5. And I think there was a little gesture there from Austin Lee just to sort of like say, well, take the place. And A bit of sportsmanship there from the 107. As in the meantime, Tom Müller now is ahead of David Schnell in the 112 for 4th place. Moritz Volber looks to be in 5th, and just behind is Miko Mikov, who's now, I think, up into 6th position as Austin Lee now closes up on the back bumper of Jonas Ungenader in the 158 in the battle for 2nd position. So 41 seconds on the clock to go as the leader crosses the start-finish line. As now the 112 of David Schnell going up the inside to take a position. And that was on Tom Müller. So Schnell up into 4th place, Müller down to 5th. As Miko Mikov trying to go up the inside of Moritz Volber, possibly through turn 5. Can't get through because there wasn't enough room there. So next time around, when Leandro Fischer crosses the start-finish line, the 136 from RS Competition will get the last lap board. Time's expired, 9 minutes I have counted down to 0. So this time around we'll be on the final lap. But Austin Lee closing on the back bumper of Jonas Ungenader for 2nd position. As up the inside of the 122 of Tom Müller goes Moritz Volber. And gets the position. Now here comes Miko Mikov. Going to the right first of all, heading into turn 5. No room trying to get through there. As a little tap from behind unsettles the back bumper of Müller, who loses out, not just 1, but 3 places in the process. As Fischer now comes out of the final chicane. Austin Lee, in the meantime, has got past Jonas Ungenader for 2nd position. Around the final corner from RS Competition, the 136 of Leandro Fischer takes the victory here in Minimax as Austin Lee fends off Jonas Ungenader to take the runner-up spot. David Schnell finishes in 4th place ahead of Moritz Volber. Miko Mikov takes 6th place in the 102 ahead of David Shahuk in the 121. Hugo Gürtel in the 174 takes 8th place ahead of Tom Müller, who was running in the top 5 for a consistent amount of that race there. Montego Masson will have to come fighting back in race 2 a bit later on as the 111 finishes in 10th place ahead of Adrian Rohr, with Maximilian Schreier completing the top 12. With Leandro Fischer taking the victory by 3.286 seconds. We now go on to our first of two junior Rotax races here at Arena E. And here is the grid. Starting from pole position will be the 245 of Farin Mega with Raphael Henhofer in the 233 alongside. Row 2 is the 210 of JJ Racing's Maurice Schmeis, and then RS Competition's Valentin Klus in the 201. Nikita Genza in the 226 and Rafael Balza in the 217 will be on row number 3, ahead of Denmark's Magnus Pedersen in the 247, with Nevio Fischer in the 236 alongside. Completing the top 10, it is Leon Arndt in the 208 and Yanni Stiak in the 238. Kian Agasade in the 262, Richard Thomas in the 205, Denmark's Mikkel Pedersen in the 252, Louis Jacobs in the 228, Corben Hilbrands in the 241 and Din Jurich in the 219 complete the 16-strong grid. 11 minutes plus an additional lap now set on the timer, and the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. So we'll be down to both Farin Mega and Rafael Henhofer to control the rolling start formation pace. As coming out of the final chicane, they will be indicated to slow down. It will be at yellow flag conditions, which will enable a chance for the rest of the field to get into the relevant grid positions. So at a very slow rolling start pace, the junior Rotax drivers come through the right-hand corner to bring them onto the start-finish straight. They split, head into the tram lines. Revs rise. And it's a good start. We are off and away in racing. And already Maurice Schmeis trying to get up the inside of Rafael Henhofer to take second position, which happens through turn number 2. As Henhofer coming under fire very, very quickly. And that is the 226 of Nikita Genza. As it is getting very, very close at the front of the field as they come through the chicane out of the infield part of the circuit. As now the lead is in the hands of Maurice Schmeis, who has also managed to get past Farin Mega, now down into second. Henhofer and Nikita Genza round out the top 4 positions. Through the final chicane for the first time, the 247 of Magnus Pedersen now up into 5th and is trying to close down on Nikita Genza. So we come around the final corner to complete lap number 1. Schmeis leading and has got Farin Mega for close company as Nikita Genza trying to go up the inside of Rafael Henhofer to take 3rd place and neatly gets the job done before the exit of turn number 3. Mega still keeping Schmeis under pressure for the lead of the race. And the fastest lap so far is from Maurice Schmeis, who put in a 53.910. And now the battle for the lead is going to be, as we've had someone come off of the track and go into the barriers just off the second to last chicane, with the driver getting out of the kart unassisted. So now Nikita Genza is closing on Farin Mega for second position. Magnus Pedersen trying to close on Rafael Henhofer, but goes round to the outside of the FM Racing driver, but manages not to get past. That allows Valentin Klus to close up. As now Nikita Genza hits the front of the field. Farin Mega in second. Maurice Schmeis now down into 3rd position. And it's Henhofer. Magnus Pedersen, Valentin Klus. And also just behind, they've got the 217 of Rafael Balza. So drivers now going through to the double right-hander that will complete the lap. 8 minutes and 30, plus an additional lap still to go in this first of 2 Junior Rotax races. And the top 3 very closely, tightly packed as Schmeiz goes up the inside of Mega into second position. And we've had a 5-second penalty issued to the 2.62 of Kian Agasade. As Schmeiz goes up the inside of him again, Nikita Genza, who then counter-attacks as it's nearly 2 abreast coming through the exit of the chicane. Schmeiz gets compromised, Mega gets through, and it's 3 abreast. As around the outside goes Valentin Klus on Maurice Schmeiz, trying to get past Raphael Renhofer in the process, but has to go back into 4th position. So now Nikita Genza hits the front of the field and is trying to start pulling away, as we've had one of the drivers, the 2.47 of Magnus Pedersen, having dramas coming out of the final chicane. 2 wheels on the grass on the right-hand side. So Genza now leads by 0.4 of a second ahead of Farin Mega, as Maurice Schmeiz is coming under fire now from Rafael Balza, who's up into 6th place. So Richard Thomas, unfortunately, is the one that ended up in the barriers on the left-hand side of the penultimate chicane of the circuit in the 2.05. Now the gap was 0.4 of a second between Nikita Genza and Farin Mega for the lead, but Rafael Renhofer looks to be closing, as does Valentin Klus. Schmeiz now down into 5th place ahead of Balza in the 2.17. Then it's Mikkel Pedersen in the 2.52 that rounds out the top 7 as Farin Mega gets ever closer to the back bumper of Nikita Genza for the lead. Mega getting a good run out of turn 3. But in the meantime, Rafael Renhofer is closing and has just set the fastest lap of the race of 51.625. Klus, Schmeiz, Balza, Mikkel Pedersen, Leon Arndt, Janis Stiak and Magnus Pedersen now round out the top 10. So we have just under 6 minutes of this 11-minute plus an additional lap race. And Nikita Genza will lead them across the start-finish line to complete lap number 6. Mega gets a good run coming out of the final corner. Goes towards the inside of the 2.26, but decides not to go for it on that particular occasion. Renhofer closing up as Mega goes towards the inside of Genza for the next corner. Renhofer trying to go through and does so. So in just one corner, Nikita Genza drops from the lead to 3rd position. But whilst this has been happening, Valentin Klus and Maurice Schmeiz are now closing back on the top 3. Rafael Balza has got a couple of car lengths advantage over Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark. As the 2.08 of Leo Arndt is now battling away with Janis Stiak in the 2.38. Magnus Pedersen still completing the top 10. As now Rafael Renhofer will try and go for the lead and gets across the line in ahead of Farin Mega and was 21 thousandths ahead of the 2.45 coming across the start-finish line. And now the battle really kicks up another level of intensity as Valentin Klus in the 2.01 joins the fray. Schmeiz is still there. And the top 5 have got Rafael Balza in the 2.17, not that far adrift, along with Mikkel Pedersen. But now Renhofer trying to start to claw an advantage over the 4 carts behind. And the top 5 were covered by just over 8.5 tenths of a second on the last lap around. We now come to complete lap number 8. Just under 4 minutes to go, as Klus being hounded by Maurice Schmeiz for 4th place. Renhofer, Mega, Genza, Klus and Schmeiz. That's the top 5 at the moment. And they were covered by just a fraction under 0.79 of a second. So Janis Stierk, unfortunately, has dropped down to 15th position. As Lewis Jacobs and Corbin Hilbrands battling away for what is 12th on the road. Leaders come around the final corner once again. Mega in the slipstream of Renhofer. Across the start-finish line. As Mikkel Pedersen trying to close up on Rafael Balzer, as now Mega goes round towards the outside and clashes with Renhofer, and that allows Genza and also Valentin Klus to get past. And now Klus was nearly thinking of going up the inside of Genza, going into that corner, but was not close enough. So just 2 minutes and 33 seconds to go, plus an additional lap. Genza starting to break away from Mega. It's Valentin Klus who's up into second position. Farin Mega down to third place as a result of trying to get around the outside of Rafael Renhofer, who now tries to go up the inside of the 245. The Karchmi.de driver goes on the ultra defensive, going through the right-hand kink as they head down towards turn 2. Now they come out of 3. Onto the main infield straight away. As now, that was a good move there by Renhofer, who goes up the inside of Mega, but then Mega counter-attacks and gets back up the inside of the 233 from FM Racing, and that allows Morris Schmeiss in the meantime to get past the FM Racing driver up into 4th position. Rafael Balzer now is on the back bumper pretty much of Renhofer in 6th position, and along with the 217, the 252 of Denmark's Mikkel Pedersen now is going to have an opportunity to gain at least a couple of positions, but the leaders come across the line. Genza leads from Klus. Gap was 0.174 of a second as Klus looked to the inside there of Nikita Genza for the lead. Renhofer now closing on the back bumper of the 210 of Morris Schmeiss, going into the next corner, goes up the inside and then goes a bit wide. Schmeiss goes back up the inside of the 233 to take the position. And now this time, Rafael Balzer gets right round past Rafael Renhofer and now gets up into 5th place. Under 50 seconds to go, and the top 3 being led by Nikita Genza, with Farin Mega in 2nd. Farin Mega in 3rd, with Valentin Klus in 2nd place. Now Klus looks to be a bit closer this time. Goes towards the inside as they come out of the right-hand kink and into turn 2. Valentin Klus gets up the inside of Nikita Genza to take the lead. Mega just keeping the head down and trying to keep in the toe of both drivers up front. As now Morris Schmeiss is ahead of Rafael Renhofer, who loses out in the chicane. Loses, I think the back end stepped out a little bit there on the FM Racing driver's cart, and that allowed Rafael Balzer to get back up into 5th position. And now Mikkel Pedersen fancies an opportunity at getting past the FM Racing driver. So the timer is now expired. This time around we'll go on to the final lap. So Klus leads, Genza 2nd, Farin Mega in 3rd. 4th is Morris Schmeiss, 5th is Rafael Balzer. Genza looks and tries to see if he can get past Valentin Klus, who goes ultra defensive, but that allows Farin Mega to try and get alongside the 226. Gets back behind and then goes towards the outside, heading into the next corner. Genza goes defensive and tries to see if there's an opportunity to try and attack Valentin Klus, who steelily defends quite well through the exit chicane. But then Genza pounces on the inside, retakes the lead. So we've just got a handful of corners to go. Morris Schmeiss now will try and catch up, but is, I think, probably a few kart lengths away too far behind, as Farin Mega will now try and challenge Valentin Klus for 2nd position as they go into the penultimate right-hander and gets the switchback. Nicely done there. Valentin Klus runs wide, and then Morris Schmeiss comes through to take P3, but Nikita Genza wins the dogfight. Farin Mega takes 2nd, Morris Schmeiss 3rd, Valentin Klus in 4th place ahead of Rafael Balzer, who's had a best finish of the weekend in 5th place. Mikkel Pedersen pips Rafael Renhofer to 6th position at the flag by 48 thousandths of a second. Nevio Fischer in 8th, Magnus Pedersen in 9th, ahead of Leo Arntzkian Agasade, who had a 5-second penalty post-race for pushing. Corbin Hilbrands, Luis Jacobs and Din Jurich round out the 14 classified drivers that finished, with Janis Stiak's race ending on lap 7 and Richard Thomas's race finishing early on lap number 1. But what a race, with Nikita Genza winning the first Junior Rotax race here at Arena E.
Du hast ja richtig
We now come to our penultimate race before the lunch break here in Mulsen, and it's Senior Rotax Race 1. Let's have a look at the grid ahead of this fantastic encounter set to excite and anticipate, provide us with great racing all the way through the next 14 minutes plus a lap. Luca Thiel in the 399 will start on pole position, and we will have Tim Micromax in the 303 alongside Jori Tenhef and Linus Hansen in the 306 and the 333 respectively. That's row number 2. Bastian Balaj will start on 5th position in the 329 with Max Busch in the 313 alongside Philipp Hamfrecht in the 337 and Fabian Bock round out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10, it's Finn Stiak in the 338 and Lukas Hartmann in the 309 alongside Lukas Thompson in the 312 and Julia Ponkratz complete the top 12 in the 307. Lasse Reinhardt, Jan Heinen, Luca Köster, Norton Griffith Falke, Yannick Herrmann, Denny Bound, Lukas Vavajnak and Vivian Michel Haidt complete the 20-strong order as they are now on their formation lap. 14 minutes plus an additional lap set on the time of the red lights. Ignite on the starting gantry. And it will be down to Luca Thiel, Tim Micromax on the front row of the grid to control the rolling start pace as they come through the final chicane. And this will allow the rest of the drivers to get themselves into their relevant grid positions ahead of the lights going out. So the 20 drivers now start to make their way around the final right-hand corner, bringing them onto the start-finish straight. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Lights are out, and it is a clean start as Tim Micromax trying to go side by side with Luca Thiel around the outside of turns 2 and 3 as the field tries to make its way through the first couple of corners and negotiate them cleanly. But at the moment, Luca Thiel has got ahead of the minute as they now head into the main infield part of the circuit. And has started to make a little bit of a getaway by about 4 to 5 kart lengths. In second position is the 306 of Jori Tenhef, now up into second place. Looks like Tim Micromax now in third position as Linus Hansen is in 4th place. And I think I've just spotted Philipp Hamfrecht now completing the top 6. A few more battles down towards the back end of the order as the leaders now come around to complete lap number 1. Luca Thiel leads. Tenhef in second, Metz in third, Hansen, Hamfrecht, Balaj in 6th, Finn Stiak and Max Busch ran out the top 8 positions. As towards the inside of Tim Micromax goes Linus Hansen. For third place, makes the position nice and cleanly. As Max Busch trying to close up on the likes of Finn Stiak and Bastian Balaj just up ahead. But at the moment, Luca Thiel has got a probably at least a half-second advantage. Well, it was 0.694 last time around, but it depends on whether that Tenhef has started to close the gap. Gap now down to just under 0.6 of a second, but Linus Hansen was right up close to the back bumper of the 306 as Lukas Hartmann sets the fastest lap of the race. Philipp Hamfrecht goes towards the inside of Tim Micromax and goes up into 4th place. Nicely done there by the 337, but then Metz actually counters. Hamfrecht gets hampered slightly as through, I think, goes Bastian Balaj, and Hamfrecht dropping down the order quite considerably towards the back part of the top 10. So now the chase begins. Luca Thiel had nearly a 0.6 of a second advantage ahead of Jori Tenhef in the 306 in second position, who has Linus Hansen closing. As now Hansen gets the head down, trying to get the aerodynamic efficiency benefit. As now the 313 of Max Busch is trying to challenge Bastian Balaj for 5th place. as some drivers trying to make sure that they do not compromise others, as Lucas Thompson right up close and personal with Max Busch as he goes up the inside. The pair have a little bit of a clash there, and that is allowing Philipp Hamfrecht to get up at least another couple of positions in the process and gets past the 3:18 of Fabian Bock, who's a little bit further down the order than we saw yesterday. 10 minutes and 48 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. And the gap of the top five were covered by just over 7.5 tenths of a second. Luca Thiel still leads. Tenhef in second. Linus Hensen in third as they cross the line. Fourth and fifth, it is Tim Micromax and the 3:29 of Bastian Barlage. As Hamfrecht going on a move up the inside of Finchtiak and gets through. 5-second penalty has now been issued to the 3:66 of Luca Köster, who was fighting at the sharp end of the field yesterday and is a far cry from that at the moment. So Köster currently down in 17th position. So the gap between Luca Thiel and Yuri Tenhef dropped down to just over 3 tenths. And the 3:06 on the OTK chassis set the fastest lap of the race of 51.568 on the completion of lap number 4. But it looks even more closer now between the top three. Fourth and fifth between Metz and Barlage still warring on, as now Tenhef senses an opportunity but looked up the inside of Luca Thiel. Thiel was halfway on the racing line and halfway off it, but still had enough of an opportunity to close that gap. As now Tenhef looking for the opportunity to get past Luca Thiel in the 3:99, but Linus Hensen staying there and keeping his cards very close to his chest in what move he might try and anticipate doing in the next few corners or so. The top three were covered by just under 3.5 tenths of a second from front to rear bumper on the completion of lap number 5. So Philipp Hamfrecht now up into what is effectively 7th position and will start to try and chase down the people in front. But the top three nearly line astern as we come across the line to complete lap number 6. Tenhef again tries to see if there's a chance to get past Thiel, but then Linus Hensen also looking very, very fast here. And they were covered by just under 2.5 tenths as Tenhef goes for the lead. Up the inside of Luca Thiel and makes the move stick. And does not allow the 3:99 an opportunity to get back past. As now Linus Hensen goes up the inside of the previous leader of the race and gets past for second position through the chicane, going onto the back part of the circuit. So Yuri Tenhef now has a chance of getting away, but with the pace that Linus Hensen has been setting and hasn't been that far off, and it was actually the quickest out of the top three by just 8 thousandths of a second on that last lap. 7 minutes and 54 seconds still to go, plus a lap. Tenhef leads ahead of Hensen. Luca Thiel in third place. Tim Micromax still battling away with Bastian Barlage for 4th position. 6th is Lucas Thompson. Philipp Hamfrecht, Finchtiak, Julia Ponkratz now into 9th place ahead of Lukas Hartmann. Fabian Bock, Max Busch, Jan Heinen, Danny Berndt, Norton Griffith Falker. Luca Köster, who rounds out the top 16. Vavajanak in the 3:69. Lasse Reinhardt, Yannick Herrmann and Vivian Michel Reit are still all circulating. We're 15 seconds away from hitting half-time on the timer, counting down from 14 minutes to 0 on the clock. Top three still very closely competitive, but Tenhef still leads. Hensen closed and got 0.23 of a second quicker on that last lap and the current leader. And it is very difficult to lead because you have no assistance from anyone in front of you because you have clean air. As the 3:66 of Luca Köster drops down to 19th position behind Yannick Herrmann. As now the top three getting a little bit closer. It was 0.608 between the top three last time around, and the fastest out of the trio was the driver in second, Linus Hensen. They now come around towards the penultimate corner, power out of it, and they'll carry the momentum through the right-hand sweeper that brings them towards the start-finish line. Now onto lap number 10. as Henson was 89 thousandths behind Tenhef on that last lap and put in a 51.687. Tenhef's lap was a 51.845. Luca Thiel was about just half a tenth off of Henson. There's now Hanfrecht definitely getting stuck in, looking to try and go up for what is 6th position on Lucas Thompson in the 312. But there was not enough room to make an opportunity. 5 minutes and 35 seconds still to go. Luca Köster now gets past Yannick Herrmann for 18th position. Lukas Hartmann has now got past Julia Ponkratz for 9th place. So we now hit double digits. 10 laps completed. 5 minutes and 18 still to go as Henson goes for the lead up the inside of Juri Tenhef and makes the move. And then, along with that, Luca Thiel was trying to sense an opportunity. Look, there was a possibility of going up into 2nd place as Hanfrecht and all the other carts around the 337 trying to get one up on each other, but Hanfrecht benefits and as a result of that now moves up into 6th place. Looks like he has Bastian Barlage just behind in the 329. And it's Finn Stiak, Lukas Hartmann, Julia Ponkratz is in this train. And she currently rounds out the top 10. Henson now will lead us on to lap number 12 as lap 11 gets completed. Tenhef right on the back bumper of the 333, heading towards turn number 2. Tenhef looked at the opportunity, but there wasn't enough room to get through, as up the inside of Bastian Barlage, I think, has just gone Lucas Hartmann. But then Barlage just keeps powering around towards the outside, but then is going to lose out big time if not careful. And then Lucas Hartmann gets through. And Barlage could have actually lost out another position to the driver behind, which would have been Julia Ponkratz in the 307. But the top 3 now back together. So Henson, Tenhef and Thiel. But then I'm just keeping an eye on Tim Micromax in 4th position, who is trying to close on the 3 in front. 3 minutes and 40 to go plus a lap. So Tenhef gets the lead on the completion of lap 12 as Ponkratz goes up the inside of Barlage to take 8th position. Great work there from the Vike Motorsport driver, and Barlage loses out not just 1 place, it could be 2 if Finn Stiak gets past, but doesn't have an opportunity. But then Stiak loses out to the 313 of Max Busch in the process. So just over 3 minutes remaining, plus a lap. The top 3 can't really be separated, but Juri Tenhef still leads. So we've had one of the top 3 at multiple points during this race have the lead. So Tenhef has had it, Henson has had it, and so has Luca Thiel. They come around the final corner. Henson closing on the leader. 2 minutes 40 to go. So it's Tenhef, Henson, Thiel, Metz, Thompson, Hanfrecht, Hartmann, Ponkratz, Bock and Barlage that ran out the top 10. As at the back part of the field, Denny Bent was being pressurised by Lasse Reinhardt going into turn number 2. So Max Busch up into 11th place. Finn Stiak, Jan Heinen, Norton Griffith-Falke and Lukas Vavajinak round out the top 15. Henson still not giving Juri Tenhef an opportunity to breathe. Coming around the final corner, the 333 from Kachmi.de right in the slipstream now as they go into the right-hand kink. Just under 2 minutes remaining. And Tim Micromax has closed the gap on the 3 in front, most notably Luca Thiel, and was about 1.4 seconds adrift, has just gone over 2.5 tenths of a second quicker and has got the gap down to 8 tenths. So Tim Micromax now trying to push. May have done a bit of tyre conservation to give him a slight bit of an edge in the latter stages of the race. Lucas Thompson looking a little bit lonely in 5th position. Philipp Hanfrecht leads the likes of Lucas Hartmann, Julia Ponkratz, Fabian Bock and Max Busch, who now rounds out the top 10. So Henson got very close on the braking zone to Yuri Tenhef, as these two still battling away for the lead. Henson right on the back bumper of the 306 through the right-hand kink into the next double right-hander. And out of the corner, Tenhef gets a little bit of a run, but then Henson able to go very, very late on the brakes in comparison with the leader and has kept the pressure on. And now the top four separated by just under 1.2 seconds, with Luca Thiel in third, Tim Micromax in fourth, Lucas Thompson still rounding out the top 5 places. Philipp Hamfrecht and Lukas Hartmann now battling away over 6th position. And there is a bit of a gap between them and Julia Ponkratz in 8th place. This time around, Tenhef has a bit more of an advantage. So this time we go on to the penultimate lap. Lap 16 completed. 2 more to go. Timer now expires. 14 minutes are completed. So the big question is, when will Linus Henson go for it? Because as soon as they see the last lap board, that will be the 333 signal to throw caution to the wind. But do it in the right way possible. Do it fairly and cleanly. And make sure that the move is robust enough in order to get the lead. 2 more corners to go until we go into the final lap. Yuri Tenhef leads. Henson closer than he has been over the last lap or so. Last lap board is shown. Henson now strikes up the inside of Tenhef through into turn 2. Takes the lead. Tim Micromax now has a chance of maybe even a top 3 finish, but Henson has lost out big time. Oh, there's been a bit of contact between Henson and Tim Micromax going into that corner. So I'm wondering whether there was an issue there. I didn't quite catch it out of my line of sight as they came through turns 2 and 3. But Henson and Tim Micromax could have had a major drama on the last lap, but they quite literally got away with it by the skin of their teeth. Through the final chicane they have gone, and Yuri Tenhef now heads towards the penultimate corner. The checkered flag being unfurled and readied to wave. And round the final corner with a clear gap, Yuri Tenhef punches the air with one fist as Linus Henson pips Luca Thiel by 42 thousandths of a second for second position. Tim Micromax could have had a top 3 finish, but ended up 4th. Lucas Thompson rounded out the top 5. Philipp Hamfrecht in the 337 completed the top 6 ahead of Lukas Hartmann, Fabian Bock, Bastian Barlage and Max Busch, who completes the top 10. Rounding out the 20 strong order, it is Finn Stiak, Julia Ponkratz, Jan Heinen, Luca Köster with Norton Griffith Falke in 15th. Lukas Vavajinak in the 369 16th ahead of Denny Bount, Lasse Reinhardt, Yannick Herrmann with Vivian Michel Reit in the 328 from Voigt Motorsport, completing the 20 strong order. We now go on to our final race before the 1 hour lunch break, and it is DD2. Here is your grid. Starting on the front row will be the 433 of Florian Breitenbach on pole position, and alongside will be the 407 of Max Fleischmann. Hannes Border in the 468 and Jonas Wolscheid in the 420 complete the top 2 rows, with Niklas Krenz and Yannick Jacobs completing the top 3 rows. Ronny Göttler in the 499, Janis Stier in the 444, Marcel Steinert in the 413 and Oliver Breitenbach in the 422 complete the top 10. Rounding out the 15-strong order will be Mark Bartels in the 488, Maximilian Dombos in the 414, Tim Stender in the 409 with Francisco Blum and Dennis Thiem, who's been demoted to the back of the grid, having been excluded post-qualification. "14 minutes on the clock as we've got someone having technical dramas, I think, breaking down, and that is the 422 of Oliver Breitenbach, who's come out of the right-hander off of the right-hand kink going into the infield. So Oliver Breitenbach would have been starting on row number 5 on the outside, and looks to be that that kart is not going to be taking any participation in this race. Good to see our great marshalling crew actually getting everything out of the way, ready for the racing to start. Red lights on the starting gantry for one final time before the lunch break. 14 minutes on the clock. Set to start ticking down the minute we get a clean start underway. So will be Florian Breitenbach with Max Fleischmann alongside on the front row. They'll be the ones controlling the rolling start pace as we now head towards the final right-hand corner. The anticipation starts to build. They come around the final corner. They should now be starting to split through into the tram lines. Revs rise. Clean start, we're off and away and racing. As now Jonas Wolscheid trying to go through up the inside of Max Fleischmann, who in turn goes up the inside of Florian Breitenbach for the lead. But then Jonas Wolscheid gets through. Fleischmann down into third initially as Hannes Border gets up into second, but then Fleischmann gets back through into second position. Now up into third place is the 433 of Oliver, is the 433 and that would have been of Florian Breitenbach, who started on pole position. So they come round to complete the first lap, going through the double right-hander. Lap 1 now done. Wolscheid leads. Fleischmann second. Florian Breitenbach in third place. Hannes Border rounds out the top 4. Then it's the 411 of Yannick Jacobs completing the top 5. Yep, Marcel Steinert, Ronny Göttler, Mark Bartels, Niklas Krenz and Janis Stier now complete the top 10. Wolscheid had an initial advantage completing lap 1 by just over 4.5 tenths of a second ahead of Max Fleischmann. But then Florian Breitenbach looking to use the pace that we saw the 433 use yesterday to try and close up and then pass. So now the battle for second really rages on as Wolscheid continues to lead on lap 2. Fastest lap of the race goes to Florian Breitenbach, who nearly goes up the inside of Max Fleischmann as they go into turn 2 and 3. Now into the main infield, heads the field. Looks like Janis Stier has got past Mark Bartels for 9th position. Top 4 starting to concertina at the front of the field, with Wolscheid leading, Fleischmann second, Florian Breitenbach in third place, Hannes Border closing quickly on the back bumper of the 433. As the remainder of the field now has successfully negotiated their way through the final chicane. But the top 4, very, very close. gap between Volscheid and Fleischmann as they cross the line was nigh on 1/10 of a second as Fleischmann goes for the lead up the inside. Gets the move done nicely and cleanly. Volscheid goes back into the toe. Breitenbach and Bode ran out the top 4 positions still. Then it's Jacobs, Steiner, Göttler, Krenz, Stier and Bartels. They complete the top 10 with Dennis Thiem up to 11th. Dombos in 12th, Stender and Franziska Blum rounding out the 14. So all competitors, apart from the unfortunate retirement of Oliver Breitenbach on the formation lap, still circulating. So Dennis Thiem has set the fastest lap of the race with a 50.701. Yannick Jacobs now starting to close on the top 4. As now Florian Breitenbach looks to try to go towards the inside of Jonas Volscheid. Up the inside goes the 4:33 for second position. But now Volscheid on the back bumper of the Nies Racing driver heading into the next corner. Breitenbach goes defensive. That allows Hannes Bode to close up, and now Yannick Jacobs getting closer and closer, and was actually just over a 10th and a half quicker than Hannes Bode on that last lap. So top 5 now starting to concertina, starting to close together. Dennis Thiem now up into 10th position, having got past Mark Bartels. 9 minutes and 45 still to go on the clock, plus an additional lap. Breitenbach swings to the inside of Max Fleischmann to now take the lead, having initially started from pole position. Fleischmann still right up towards the back bumper, trying to look at an opportunity to get past. Volscheid not too far behind, neither is Bode. Jacobs trying to close up as Bode gets very close to the back bumper of Jonas Volscheid for 3rd position. So Breitenbach continues now to lead the field, has about a 4 kart length advantage over Max Fleischmann as they now head towards the right hand corner that brings them onto the start finish straight. We now go to complete lap number 6. As Breitenbach has a lead of nearly 3/10 of a second over Max Fleischmann. Jonas Volscheid in 3rd. Hannes Bode, Yannick Jacobs round out the top 5 ahead of Ronny Göttler, who has closed really, really quickly indeed and has just put in a personal best of a 50.611. So Göttler has shown some considerable pace on the 499 entry, but has also had a fair share of dramas along with that. So the top 6 last time around were covered by just under 1.1 seconds. In 7th position is the 431 of Niklas Krenz, who last time around did a 51.015 and was 8.5 tenths away from 6th position. Volscheid being pressurised by Bode, who now tries to go up the inside of the Paralin Germany driver and gets through for 3rd. Göttler now latches onto the back of the train. Niklas Krenz not too far behind. Neither is Dennis Thiem. Janis Stier now down into 10th position as a result of Dennis Thiem getting past for 9th. As now Volscheid trying to look to get an overtaking opportunity on Hannes Bode, who now sits in 3rd. And out of the top 5 drivers, the quickest of which was Hannes Bode in the 468 with the 50.578. 20 seconds away from hitting half time on the countdown clock. Breitenbach leads. Fleischmann 2nd. Bode, Volscheid, Jacobs, Göttler. That's the top 6. And Breitenbach was the quickest of all, a 50.594 from the 433. So Niklas Krenz was slightly slower on that last lap behind Ronny Göttler, as now the drivers still trying to keep on level terms with each other in the top 6. and looks to have a little bit more of a lead this time around. It was 0.290 between Breitenbach and Fleischmann. They crossed the line to complete lap 9. Gap now 0.377. So the gap seems to be slightly extending in the favour of Florian Breitenbach, with Maxi Fleischmann in second place. But keep your eyes on the likes of Hannes Border, Jonas Wolscheid, Yannick Jacobs, Ronny Göttler. So these drivers are very, very tightly packed and making sure that they keep the other drivers in their line of sight. But the biggest person that's going to have to keep looking over their right shoulder or left shoulder is Florian Breitenbach, who continues to lead. We're about to hit double figures on the lap count, as we are now at 5 minutes and 35 seconds to go, plus an additional lap. Florian Breitenbach now looks to have extended that gap slightly to Max Fleischmann, who's now being pressurised by Hannes Border. Gap now nearly half a second, as up the inside of Yannick Jacobs goes Ronny Göttler, fifth place. As Göttler was over half a tenth of a second quicker than the driver that he's just passed, Yannick Jacobs in the 411. So change for fifth, but Niklas Krenz is trying to close and is bringing along Dennis Thiem in the 404. So the top 8 drivers, with just under 5 minutes remaining, could be even closer. It's nearly 2.2 seconds from Florian Breitenbach to Dennis Thiem on that last lap alone. And depending on the pace that's being picked up by the likes of Niklas Krenz and Dennis Thiem, as Thiem now goes towards the inside of Niklas Krenz for position, thinks better of it, slots back in to 8th place. 2.140 seconds separate the top 8 positions. As then behind, Jana Stier is battling away with Marcel Steinert and Mark Bartels, and that is for 9th position on the road. But Jana Stier loses out to Marcel Steinert, going through the corners that come back onto itself for another straightaway towards the back part of the circuit to Marcel Steinert, who now is back up into what is effectively 9th position. But then 2nd to 5th place, looking incredibly close. Last time around, I would count that's probably going to be just over a second between the 4 of them. There's now a move up the inside, as that was Hannes Border, now taking the time to get past Max Fleischmann. Fleischmann now trying to counter-attack into the very next corner, looks to get towards the inside and goes back up the inside, that and then lets the door open by running wide. Hannes Border gets through. Ronny Göttler trying to get past and goes side by side with Jonas Wolscheid, and Yannick Jacobs nearly made it 3 abreast, but then Wolscheid loses out big time and drops down into 8th position as they came into the chicane. So we've got just over 3 minutes to go. So Hannes Border now battling away with Max Fleischmann. So Fleischmann up into 2nd position. Border just behind. Ronny Göttler now closing. As then Jonas Wolscheid was looking up the inside of Dennis Thiem for 7th place. Fleischmann still fending off Hannes Border for 2nd position. Ronny Göttler now looking to carry the momentum forward and to try and go for it. See if there's a top 3 position in the offing. So the leader comes across the start-finish line and has a gap of 1.7 seconds. Hannes Border went defensive on Ronny Göttler heading into turn 2. Then Göttler trying to close up on the back of this 468, looks to go up the inside, gets through, doesn't run wide and doesn't allow Hannes Border to get through. Yannick Jacobs still keeping within striking distance in 5th position. And then just behind Niklas Krenz is ahead of Jonas Wolscheid, with Dennis Thiem now just behind the 420. Lap number 15 completed. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock still to go, plus an additional lap. Breitenbach still leading by 1.861 seconds. Fleischmann still holding on to third at the moment. Ronnie Göttler in the 499 now up into P3. Hannes Border fourth. Yannick Jacobs in fifth place. Niklas Krenz in the 431 from 42 competition loses out to Jonas Volscheid. So Volscheid now back up into sixth position. The 404 as now Niklas Krenz returns the favour. Dennis Thiem looked for an opportunity to get past the 420, who still stays in seventh position. And then the battle for just behind them, ninth position, is being contested by Marcel Steinert, Janis Stier and Mark Bartels. So now Ronnie Göttler gets really close to the back bumper of Max Fleischmann and gets up the inside of the 407 from FM Racing up into second position. We now have 15 seconds on the clock to go. And when that expires, which will probably be when Florian Breitenbach gets back up towards the other part of the circuit, the timer will expire. Through to the chicane goes Breitenbach. Time has expired. Next time it will be the last lap board as Volscheid gets back past Niklas Krenz up into sixth position. Oh, there's been contact between Volscheid and Krenz. And they were battling away for position there, so both of them rejoin. And there is a little bit of debris just on the outside of the circuit as a result of that clash. But Florian Breitenbach now goes on to the 18th and final lap. Second position looks to be in the hands of Ronnie Göttler. As now, in third position, it's not Max Fleischmann, it's Hannes Border. So Fleischmann down into fourth place. Yannick Jacobs still sitting in fifth position. Sixth place, it is the 404 of Dennis Thiem with Marcel Steinert, Janis Stier and Mark Bartels rounding out the top 9 positions. So checkered flag will now be prepared as through into the final right-hand corner to come across the start-finish line to win the first DD2 race of the day. Florian Breitenbach from Nies Racing takes the win. Second is Ronnie Göttler. 2.428 seconds adrift. Hannes Border takes third. Max Fleischmann takes fourth position ahead of Yannick Jacobs, who rounds out the top 5, who were all covered by just over 3.1 seconds. Dennis Thiem takes sixth at the end of that ahead of Marcel Steinert with Janis Stier completing the top 8 places. Mark Bartels and Maximilian Dombos rounds out the top 10 with Tim Stender in 11th. Francisco Blum will cross the line to finish 12th with a last lap clash between Niklas Krenz and Jonas Volscheid towards the back part of the circuit. Pretty much eliminated them from finishing the race, with Oliver Breitenbach not even making the start.
Mittagspause bis 14 Uhr heute. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the official lunch break until 2 o'clock this afternoon, when we'll go into the final 7 races. So wir sehen euch bis gleich, ein bisschen später dieses Nachmittags. Vielen Dank. Achtung, Achtung bitte. Nach der Mittagspause findet das Rennen am Nachmittag unter Wet Race statt. Attention paddock, attention paddock. After the lunch break, the afternoon's racing will be conducted under wet race conditions. Nach der Mittagspause findet das Rennen am Nachmittag unter Wet Race statt. After the lunch break, the afternoon's racing will be conducted under wet race conditions. Achtung, Achtung. Wir haben einen Luftprüfer, den man kann in Race Control finden, Prisma Elektronik. Wir haben einen Luftprüfer in Race Control. Ob jemand hat es verloren, können Sie wieder in Race Control finden. Vielen Dank.
Strom, ja?
Du musst hier hochkant stellen da.
Wie schaut's mit den anderen aus? Die haben auch, oder? Das läuft auch mit den anderen. Steckt ja mit drin, oder? Ja, das steckt auch was drin, ja.
Die stand so hochkant, du musst die andersrum drehen. Weil das läuft da in das Loch noch mit rein. Hier von dem Kabel, da läuft das rein. Sehr wahrscheinlich. Stand nämlich so hochkant. So, ja. Das ist ein rauslaufen kann. Ja, so will ich das machen.
Willkommen zurück zur zweiten Hälfte des letzten Renntages in der Arena in Mülsen. Es hat stark durch die Mittagspause geregnet, sodass wir das Wochenende unter Wet Race Bedingungen beenden werden. Welcome back to Arena in Mülsen for the second half of the final day of the first weekend. And heavy rain has fallen during the lunch break, so we will be continuing the weekend under wet race conditions. DD2 Masters now out on track for their first race, and here is your starting order. So on the front row of the grid, from pole position, we'll start the number 544 of Dennis Thum from Kartsport Klim. Daniel Schellenberger from Schellenberger Racing in the 522 will line up alongside on the front row. Timo Haug from FM Racing in the 507 will have the 555 of Stefan Krabel from Kraft Motorsport alongside. Marco Winkler in the 566 and Daniel Yildiz in the 572 complete the top three rows. Ahead of Konrad Bayer in 7th, Andreas Frenzel in 8th, Klaus Panet in 9th, Falco Birkholz in 10th, and Daniel Schulz in the 524 rounds out the 11-strong order. 14 minutes on the clock have been set to start counting down the minute we get a good racing start. The red lights now ignite on the starting gantry to kickstart the first of 7 races this afternoon. So we'll be down to Dennis Thum and Daniel Schollenberger to control the race start. As Daniel Schulz now brings up the rear of the field. They come round the penultimate corner. As we get ready to start the afternoon's action here at Arena E in Mülsen. The drivers now separate and go into the tram lines. They will have to mitigate the difficult wet weather conditions that face them over the next 14 minutes. It is lights out and we are off and racing. As it was nearly 3 abreast going for second position heading into the first corner, the first main corner on the circuit, as it's nearly 3 abreast coming out of the turn. And in the lead of it is the 554 of Dennis Thum with Timo Haug and Daniel Schollenberger now rounding out the top 3. So it's going to be about tippy-toeing through the chicane. The drivers, when they put the power down, might find the rear tyres spooling up and the cart's breaking traction. And now Dennis Thum has got a little bit of an advantage in the initial conditions. The drivers behind having to contend with the spray being spooled up by the rear tyres from the drivers in front. As it looked like that Stefan Krabel was going to try and overtake Daniel Schollenberger. And it looks like Schollenberger is trying to cope. It's side by side for second position, with Timo Haug having Daniel Schollenberger go up the inside as they went side by side across the start-finish line. And Haug still on the back bumper of Schollenberger as they head into the main infield part of the circuit here. Running order at the moment is Dennis Thum, Timo Haug down in third behind Daniel Schollenberger, who is in second position. And at the back of a little bit of a train is Andreas Frenzel, just behind the 508 of Konrad Bayer. Marco Winkler in the 566 is in 6th position, with Klaus Panet just up ahead. So the gap between first and second was around 2 seconds between Dennis Thum and last time around it was Timo Haug who was in second position. But Daniel Schollenberger in the 522
is in second. Lead across the line to start lap number 3. And Konrad Bayer closing on Klaus Panett, who's been overtaken by Marco Winkler in the 5.66 for 5th position. As Bayer going round the outside of the 5.02 of Klaus Panett, and the pair are side by side, still going into the corner. Bayer relinquishes the position. So both the likes of Dennis Thum and Daniel Schollenberger have got a clear lead over the rest of the opposition, as Timo Haug and Stefan Krabau now battling over 3rd place. So these are the first drivers to get tested under the wet weather conditions, which did hit the circuit for the majority of the morning, well, most of the morning and also part of the afternoon before the track started drying out. Gap now between Thum and Schollenberger now is 3.9 seconds. Timo Haug is 6.7 seconds off of the leader, as there looks to have been a change for position, as Timo Haug and Stefan Krabau still battling away over 3rd place, as Krabau was trying to go towards the outside coming out of the first couple of corners, as Daniel Schultz now comes across the start-finish line. Cart not sounding 100% healthy. But now just keeping an eye on what's happening with from 3rd onwards, as the 2 drivers at the front of the field, Dennis Thum and Daniel Schollenberger, continue to lead the way. So the lead now is 4.7 seconds. 3rd place is Timo Haug. Stefan Krabau being chased down by Marco Winkler. Gap between them just under 0.4 of a second. And I think I just saw a move up the inside. Well, Konrad Bayer still battling away with Klaus Panett for 6th place. So they filter their way through into the main infield, heading towards the far part of the circuit. So the drivers having to use different racing lines in order to get the power down. Some will take a wider approach into the corner, some will take a tighter rein into the apex. Eight minutes and 34 seconds plus an additional lap. Leader now comes across the line to complete lap number 5. And the margin now between Thum and Schollenberger is now 5.3 seconds. Timo Haug will cross the line in 3rd. Krabau still rounding out the top 4. Marco Winkler rounding out the top 5. Klaus Panett is about half a second off Marco Winkler, who is in turn half a second off Stefan Krabau. As Winkler now closing on Krabau and is right up behind, going through into the run towards the back part of the circuit. Winkler did look to try and go up the inside towards the chicane that will put them on the back straight away, which has a chicane in the middle of it. And now Konrad Bayer has got past, but is now ahead of Andreas Wenzel. So has dropped time to Klaus Panett, who's just up as Winkler trying to get past Krabau and goes out of the corner knee sideways and has just behind the 5.02 of Klaus Panett from Nice Racing. As Panett nearly comes into contact with Marco Winkler coming out of turns 2 and 3, but Winkler able to power out of danger. 6 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this first of two DD2 Masters races. And seeing some of the drivers go through the chicanes, they are having to wrestle with the karts as the back end's trying to break traction. The drivers are having to use steering inputs to correct, to help the karts go through the corners. So the first two drivers, Dennis Thum leading still Daniel Schollenberger by 6.263 seconds. Haug still in third. Nearly 0.8 of a second ahead of Stefan Karbau. Then it is Marco Winkler. As that was a very good move there by the number 566 of Marco Winkler, getting up the inside of Stefan Karbau. And now signals to the 555 to sort of say, come on, work with me. Let's catch up to those in front. And just up ahead, they've got the 507 of FM Racing's Timo Haug in their direct line of sight. And with 5 minutes and 20 seconds plus a lap still to go, all 11 competitors still out on the circuit. As now, looks like Marco Winkler has lost out to Stefan Karbau coming out of the final corner. Klaus Barnett is not too far behind as Winkler goes towards the outside of the first main corner, goes around the outside, and there's a bit of a moment there for Stefan Karbau. And then all of a sudden, Klaus Barnett, I think, might have just gotten through and has done so. Konrad Bayer is not too far behind either. So Barnett goes on the defensive line, head of Karbau. Bayer not too far adrift as Daniel Yildiz now crosses the line, running in 10th position. So behind Timo Haug, the battle for 4th position is waging on between Marco Winkler, Stefan Karbau, Klaus Barnett, and now joining it is Konrad Bayer in the 508 from RS Competition. As Winkler again on the penultimate corner nearly loses out 4th place. They come through the right-hander onto the start-finish straight. Bayer now getting closer and is going to try maybe to see if he can get past Stefan Karbau in the not too distant future. As towards the inside of Marco Winkler goes Klaus Barnett, takes a tighter line, but it seems like the outside line is working a bit better for Marco Winkler. 3.5 minutes to go as we are now on lap number 10, as there has been a moment for one of the drivers, and that looks to be, I think, Stefan Karbau that's just might have lost out, or was it Klaus Barnett? So that was maybe Andreas Frenzel, maybe. But again, our leader will be coming across the start-finish line now. Dennis Thum goes a little bit sideways, trying to apply the power through the halfway point of the right-hand sweeper. As now Schollenberger crosses the line, still in second. Timo Haug takes a glance over the right shoulder and sees that Marco Winkler is trying to close. And Winkler did a 1 minute 7.128, over 0.3 quicker than Timo Haug. Klaus Barnett in 5th, Konrad Bayer, Andreas Frenzel, and it was Stefan Karbau that did drop a couple of places after coming out of the chicane on the first part of the main infield complex. So the 544 of Dennis Thum crosses the line. and goes on to lap number 12. 11 laps completed, and we have 1 minute and 47 seconds still to go on the clock. Daniel Schultz still completing the running order in 11th place at the moment, as Schollenberger crosses line, 12.255 seconds adrift. Then it is Timo Haug. 7 tenths behind is Marco Winkler in 4th. Klaus Parnett is about 4 tenths of a second behind the 566 5th position. But Winkler looks to be getting closer to Timo Haug in the dying stages of the race. 1 minute 15 plus a lap still remaining. Still rather tentative out there, with some of the drivers making sure that they get to the end of the race and score some valuable points. So now Dennis Thum will go onto the penultimate lap of the race. Almost 14 minutes of racing completed. Schollenberger still crosses the line in second, but has started to close what was quite an insurmountable gap. 11.8 seconds behind Dennis Thum is Daniel Schollenberger, as Klaus Parnett looks again up the inside of Marco Winkler. But then Winkler gets a good run out of the corner, tries to close up on the 507 of Timo Haug. As now, round the outside of Marco Winkler, tries to go Klaus Parnett through the penultimate main technical part of the circuit, heading on to the back part of the track itself. But Winkler defends rather well in these wet weather conditions. As now the final lap board gets shown to Karlsport Klim's 544 in the form of Dennis Thum. Schollenberger now will see the final lap board, still in second position. 12.5 seconds adrift. Third place is still Timo Haug, as now Klaus Parnett manages to slingshot past Marco Winkler for 4th place. And we've had a 5-second penalty handed to Konrad Bayer for pushing. As sideways goes Klaus Parnett, and then round the outside of him goes Marco Winkler. So a change back for 4th place, as our leader now heads up to the last couple of corners. The first of the 2 right-handers, as 3rd, 4th and 5th. Still, well, are getting very, very close indeed, but Timo Haug gets a better run out of the corner. Checkered flag waves, and this time casually 2 hands off the steering wheel. Oh, bit of a drama there for Marco Winkler. Now, was there a little bit of a contact between him and Timo Haug, as that has allowed Klaus Parnett to end up back into 4th place? As, sideways goes our 3rd place driver, Timo Haug, but controls it across the line to take 3rd. Klaus Parnett did finish ahead of Marco Winkler, who rounded out the top 5. Frenzel takes 6th ahead of Konrad Bayer. Stefan Graber will finish in 8th place. As now Daniel Schultz will come across the line in 11th place. The 520 of Falco Birkholz will take 9th. And round the final corner comes Daniel Yildiz in the 572. And will cross the line in 10th place. as the sun starts peeking its way through the clouds here, we go on to our last race for Micromax. Here is your starting order. From pole position, we'll start the number 12 of Nice Racing's Niklas Casarino. Maximilian Pilch from C4 Racing in the number 11 will be alongside on the front row. Kenyon Washington in the number 14 will have the number 31 of Noah Janssen alongside. Gabriel Hoffmann and Alexander Klugel in the number 95 and the number 80 will complete row number 3. Matthias Schulte and Maxime Becker in the 50 and the 55 complete the top 4 rows, with Ole Glan and Christos Malakos in the 18 and the 27 respectively completing the top 10. Leopold Juch and Tom Reger complete the 12-strong grid. So they're currently on their sighting lap to get a measure of the wet weather conditions. Now we go on to the formation lap. 9 minutes plus an additional lap will be set on the timer, and then the red lights will be ignited on the starting gantry. And we have had one driver just have a little bit of an off-track excursion. And that was the number 80 of Alexander Klugel, who will be starting in 6th on the grid. As when they come through the final chicane, it will be down to Niklas Casarino and Maximilian Pilch to slow the field down and wait for the remainder of them to get into their relevant grid positions. The drivers now come round the final corner. Let's see if their final race gets underway cleanly. Into the tram lines. Red lights are out, we're off and away and racing. As there are 7 of the top... Oh, we've had a bit of a clash there. And that looks like Pilcher's gone around. Looks like maybe Casarino has gone too. And multiple carts had to try and avoid. And the wet weather conditions as the number 50 of Matthias Schulte's rear bumper is actually hanging off on the right-hand side. So that might have been a result of the collision that has just happened. But at the moment, leading the way is Niklas Casarino. Looks like Ole Glan has now moved up into 2nd place from 10th at the start. As through into the back part of the circuit for this first time come the Micromax drivers. Niklas Casarino leads. Ole Glan in 2nd. Looks like Gabriel Hoffmann and also Alexander Klugel now round out the top 4 positions. Leopold Juch, in the meantime, has got Kenyon Washington going towards the outside, heading into the penultimate corner, and the number 14 from Nice Racing makes the position. As it's nearly getting a bit feisty at the back end of the order, someone's lost out big time. That looks like Christos Malakos in the 27, going very slowly. Mechanical black flag being shown to the number 50 of Matthias Schulte. So the driver will have 3 laps to bring that in. So mechanical black flag shown. And I've got a feeling that whether Christos Malakos, whether the 27 is still driving on the circuit, because the kart looked to be breaking down through the penultimate corner. So running order at the moment, still Niklas Casarino leading by 1.3 seconds ahead of Ole Glan. But that is not the case anymore, as Gabriel Hoffmann in the 95 has now got ahead. Fourth place, Alexander Klugel. Fifth place, Kenyon Washington. Then you also got Maxime Becker just behind the number 14 in sixth place. So yellow flags being waved at the penultimate, at the final, towards the final corner. No overtaking allowed. And the number 50 of Matthias Schulte now comes into the pits. 6 minutes and 15 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Casarino's lead now down to 1.1 seconds as Hoffman has just set the fastest lap of the race. A 1 minute 16.221. That time around, Nicolas Casarino, a 1 minute 16.613. Oleglan now having to watch out for Alexander Klugel in the number 80, who is just behind. So the Karchmi.de driver in the number 80, trying to go for third position. A little bit further back, Kenyon Washington is battling away with Maxime Becker and the 88 of Tom Reger. So Christos Malakos has been confirmed, well, will be confirmed very shortly as an official retirement in the race, as the number 50 of Matthias Schulte now comes out of the pits. And we had a 5-second penalty issued to Noah Janssen in the 31. So Casarino crosses the line, leading the way, completing lap. Oh, we've had a moment there. That is the number 95 of Gabriel Hoffmann, who dropped from around about second position. He was actually behind Nicolas Casarino. So had a spin, caught the tail end of that, to be completely honest with you. So whether the wet weather conditions caught the driver out whilst putting the power down. So the order has now been revised as a result of Gabriel Hoffmann's unfortunate spin, which now means that the number 95 is down in 9th position. So Alexander Klugel in 3rd. Kenyon Washington now in 4th position. And has still got Tom Reger and Maximilian Pilch just behind in the numbers 88 and 11. So the number 50 of Matthias Schulte crosses the line. 3 laps completed for the number 50, even with the pit stop. Nicolas Casarino continues to lead. So 4 laps completed, a 1 minute 16.515 that time around. Oleglan now ahead of Alexander Klugel, who's looking to go towards the inside of the 18. Kenyon Washington having to battle away as Maximilian Pilch now trying to get up the inside of Gabriel Hoffmann for the position. And that is for 7th place as the pair side by side, but Hoffmann powers around the outside of the number 11. So just over 3 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. Casarino last time had nearly a 4.5 second advantage, leading the way ahead of Oleglan, Alexander Klugel, Kenyon Washington still there in 4th place in the number 14, with Maxim Becker now ahead of Tom Reger. Gabriel Hoffmann in the 95, trying to move towards those in front, but there is a bit of a distance between 6th and 7th position at the moment. As the number 55 of Maxime Becker trying to go towards the inside through the first main corner on Kenyon Washington. But Washington manages to get through the corner first. But then a really good run from the 55, trying to go towards the inside of the number 14 into the very next corner. Washington still able to defend ahead of Maxime Becker. And just behind them, Tom Reger in the number 88, still keeping in touch. So Casarino will try and extend that lead, probably north of 5 seconds, as it was 4.8 when they completed lap number 5. Through the final corner comes the leader to complete another lap. And now the gap is 5.296 seconds between Nicolas Casarino and Oleg Lan. Alexander Klugel in third place. Kenyon Washington still holding on and has just over a minute plus an additional lap to try and keep fourth place ahead of Maxime Becker. With Tom Hedger in the number 88 just behind. Maximilian Pilch, in the meantime, is trying to hold on to 7th place. Ahead of the number 31 of Noah Janssen. So we have just under 30 seconds, well, 21 seconds on the clock remaining, as Casarino now heads to the final corner. As the number 50 of Matthias Schulte pointing to the right-hand side just to allow Nicolas Casarino it's safe to pass. Oleg Lan nearly 6 seconds adrift in second position. And has got Alexander Klugel not that far behind. And there is Kenyon Washington, I think, in the number 14. So the timer has expired. Next time around, we'll get the final lap board. So the 5 drivers that are battling effectively what could be second position is being led by Oleg Lan. Alexander Klugel in third. Kenyon Washington in fourth place, who fends off the advances of Maxime Becker going into the penultimate corner. So Casarino takes the final lap board. Schulte now crosses the line a bit further down the order. As now the number 55 of Maxime Becker closing again on Kenyon Washington. As a little bit further behind, Noah Janssen and Maximilian Pilch are still battling for what is 7th on the road. But Janssen has got a 5-second penalty post-race for pushing. As there's been a tangle, and that involves Tom Hedger and Maxime Becker on the final lap of the race. And they were battling over 5th position in the final lap. So unfortunately, drama for the number 55. So Nicolas Casarino takes the final race victory in Micromax. 2 hands waving aloft in the air. Second goes to Oleg Lan in the 18. Third place, and rounding out a very, very difficult start to the weekend initially, Kenyon Washington in the 14 takes third place. Alexander Klugel in 4th. Tom Hedger will finish in 5th. Maximilian Pilch in 6th position ahead of Noah Janssen in the 31. Gabriel Hoffmann will take 8th place. Leopold Jouch in 9th. We did have a retirement from Christos Malakos, but Matthias Schulte will be classified behind Maxime Becker, who now crosses the line. and rounds out the top 10. But Niklas Casarino from Nies Racing in the number 12 rounds out the weekend with a victory.
Achtung bitte, bitte vergessen Sie nicht, die Rennlizenzen vor Verlassen der Rennstrecke an der Waage abzuholen. Please do not forget to collect your race licenses from the weighing scales before leaving the circuits. Bitte vergessen Sie nicht, die Rennlizenzen vor Verlassen der Rennstrecke an der Waage abzuholen. Vielen Dank.
So we have another race to go through. This time it is the final race of the weekend for Minimax. Here is your starting order. On pole position starts the 136 of Leandro Fischer from RS Competition. Kachmi.de's 107 in the form of Austin Lee will line up alongside on the front row. Nies Racing's 158, Jonas Ungnade, will start on third position and will have the 112 of David Schnell from Kachmi.de alongside. Then we have Moritz Volber in the 1:15 on 5th place, ahead of the 1:02 of Miko. David Chiruk in the 1:21 will have Hugo Gütel alongside in the 1:74, with Tom Müller in the 1:22 and Montego Martin in the 1:11, rounding out the top 10. Adrien Rohr in the 1:03 and Maximilian Schreier in the 1:66 complete the 12-strong running order. We now go on to the formation lap. 9 minutes set on the timer, plus an additional lap. Red lights now ignited on the starting gantry. So Tom Müller, according to this, has just been declared as a non-starter, so we will have 11 competitors in total. And looks like that is the 1:11, I believe, and Montego Masson. So down from 12 to 10 competitors. As the drivers now make their way up towards the last couple of corners. The Minimax drivers now make their way towards the final corner. They split, go into the tram lines, revs rise, accelerators press down hard, lights are out, we go racing, and Austin Lee springboards all the way through to the front of the field, and the car gets a bit tail happy as he passes Leandro Fischer going into the first main couple of corners on the circuit and starts bolting away initially. Jonas Ungnada in third place and has got the 1:12 of David Schnell just behind. It looks like there has been a change for second position as Jonas Ungnada has got past Leandro Fischer for second place. But Leandro Fischer trying to go past, once again, Jonas Ungnada, who goes around the outside of the 1:36. Back into second position. There's a battle down for fifth place. Oh, we've had a spinner. Now was that Miko Mikov that might have just gone off the circuit? Not too sure. It's the 1:66 of, unfortunately, Maximilian Schreier, who came into the corner, tried to brake, and then the back end stepped out. But the two leaders now starting to get away, and that is Austin Lee in the 1:07. Jonas Ungnada in second. Leandro Fischer in third place. David Schnell, Miko Mikov, Hugo Gütel now round out the top 6 places. David Chiruk now up into 7th past Moritz Volber. Adrien Rohr now in 9th place. Oh, and that was very close between the two leaders as Jonas Ungnada and Austin Lee were side by side coming out of the chicane. And ahead goes Jonas Ungnada, and up the inside of Miko Mikov goes the 1:74 of Hugo Gütel. Mikov rounds to the outside and gets past. And there's a little bit of a touch between the two leaders. Back end of the 1:58 of Jonas Ungnada lifted slightly into the air. Austin is still staying in second for the minute as Miko Mikov gets a great run on David Schnell, heading towards the penultimate corner. So Ungnada and Lee get very close. Well, Lee gets literally within an inch and a half of the wall on the left-hand side coming out of the final corner. As the battle between Leandro Fischer, well, David Schnell, Miko Mikov and Hugo Gütel definitely kicking off. As Hugo Gütel nearly goes sideways up the inside of Miko Mikov, but Mikov keeps the position whilst trying to attack the 1:12 of David Schnell. Let's see if Mikov gets past. Doesn't do so at the moment, but then Hugo Goethel up the inside of the 102 manages to filter through and up a position into 5th place. Just under 6 minutes left to go. So the two leaders in the form of Jonas Ungenada in the 158 and the 107 of Austin Lee last time around was separated by just over 4 tenths. Leandro Fischer leads the train behind as Hugo Goethel going towards the outside there into the penultimate corner and actually makes it all the way around. So a nice little overtake there around the outside of David Schnell in the 112. And now the gap between Ungenada and also Austin Lee, now 4.5 tenths of a second as Lee gets close up into the braking zone. Fischer still hanging on to 3rd, but Hugo Goethel is definitely closing in as Lee now fighting for the lead, going towards the outside, towards the next corner. Goes and takes a tighter line, but Ungenada wise to it. So Fischer gets a bit sideways coming out of the chicane and loses out straight away. The back end broke traction as he turned right. And then all of a sudden Hugo Goethel now manages to get past through into 3rd place, but Fischer retaliates and gets through on the very next chicane itself. So Austin Lee still trying to keep pace with Jonas Ungenada, who has set the fastest lap of 1 minute 10.628 when they completed lap number 3. Less than half the race remaining on the timer, 4 minutes and 17 plus an additional lap still to go. Jonas Ungenada still leads by over 4 tenths from Austin Lee as Leandro Fischer is being hustled by Hugo Goethel through the right-hand kink and then goes up the inside, does the 174 to get past the 136 of Leandro Fischer. But Fischer now trying to fight back. Gets a good run, goes to the right, then tries to go to the left. Goethel now shutting the door. But then Fischer retaliates and gets through this chicane. They're swapping positions quite consistently. But then Leandro Fischer manages to power away from the 174 of Hugo Goethel. Oh, Fischer spins out and goes backwards, but manages to rejoin. As now Austin Lee has got past Jonas Ungenada in the meantime. Hugo Goethel now rounds out the top 3. David Schnell now in 4th place. Miko Mikov in 5th. Leandro Fischer recovered to now be in what is 6th place. Austin Lee takes a very... now when he took a glance over his right shoulder, the sidewalls on the left-hand tyres slightly brushed the side of the wall on the left-hand side for Austin Lee. But it was the slightest of glances. And the gap between him the last time around was 4 tenths of a second as Austin Lee manages to break the 1 minute 10 second barrier and does a 1 minute 9.688 on that last lap. As we're now on lap number 6. So at the moment Austin Lee leads from Jonas Ungenada in 2nd. Hugo Goethel in the 174 is in third at the minute. Ahead of David Schnell in the 112. Miko Mikov in 5th place in the 102 with Leandro Fischer still in 6th position, having had that spin just a lap ago. Adrien Rohr in 7th in the 103, ahead of David Giroux in the 121. Moritz Wolber and Maximilian Schreier still circulating. So 10 competitors now have just 2 minutes plus a lap to negotiate the circuit, 1,315 metres. Austin Lee now has a lead of 2.294 seconds ahead of Jonas Ungenada as the track looks to be improving. And in the meantime, Austin Lee did a 1 minute 9.688 on the last lap, now did a 1 minute 8.910. And that is just under 7 tenths of a second quicker. One of the closest battles at the moment is between David Giroux in the 121 and Moritz Wolber in the 115. They're battling over 8th place. But in the meantime, Micomikov coming under fire now from the 136 of Leandro Fischer, who went towards the inside on the chicane complex before the back part of the circuit. So Fischer now being able to pick up the pace. He just did a 1 minute 10.949, whereas Micomikov did a 1:12.5. So we now go on to the penultimate race lap of the Minimax racing action here at Mulsen. Austin Lee now getting through into the main infield complex. Ungarada now goes through too, as does Hugo Gürtel. So now David Schnell coming under close quarter fire with Micomikov and Leandro Fischer. And Fischer running in the 1 minute 11s and was nearly 0.6 of a second quicker than Micomikov. Gets a good run coming through towards the chicane and bumps over the curbs, goes up the inside of Micomikov and was able to make that move happen. Then Micomikov tries to go through on the very next corner, but Leandro Fischer powers around the outside. So the timer has expired. 9 minutes completed as Austin Lee now gets the final lap board. Jonas Ungarada now goes across the line in second. Third is Hugo Gürtel in the 174. Leandro Fischer now challenging David Schnell for fourth place as they come across the line to start their final lap. And Fischer looks to be close. And now Fischer goes up the inside of David Schnell, takes a tighter line through the initial apex, but Schnell then powers through up the inside, as by going through the inside part of the closer part of the apex, Fischer lost a bit of momentum as a result. And that little bit of a tap from behind from Fischer on Schnell on the right rear bumper, but Schnell keeps the position. And Fischer now goes up the inside of David Schnell through into the chicane complex onto the back part of the circuit. But now the checkered flag waves as we wait for our race winner. This time it's Kachmi.de's Austin Lee in the 107. Jonas Ungarada will take second. And Hugo Gürtel was closing quickly, but had to settle for third place, finishing just 0.288 seconds off of the 158 from Nice Racing. Fourth ends up being in the hands of Leandro Fischer. David Schnell rounds out the top five ahead of Micomikov. Adrien Roy in the 103 completes the top seven, as David Juhuk in the 121, Moritz Wolber in the 115, and Maximilian Schreier in the 166 complete the top 10. We had a non-starter in the form of Tom Müller in the 122 with Montego Masson, unfortunately retiring before the race even got started. But Austin Lee takes victory in the final race here in Mulsen.
We now come to our last Junior Rotax race. That will be 11 minutes in duration plus an additional lap. And here is their final starting order of the weekend. Starting on pole position will be the number 226 of Nikita Genza, and alongside will be the number 210 of Moritz Schmeiß. Valentin Klus in the 201 will have the number 217 of Rafael Balzer alongside, with Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark and Rafael Renhofer in the 252 and the 233 respectively, lining up on row 3. Magnus Pedersen in the 247 and the 245 of Farin Mega will complete the top 4 rows, and rounding out the top 10 will be Leon Arndt in the 208 and the 236 of Neville Fischer. Kian Agasad in the 261, the 241, the 262, the 241 of Corbin Hillebrands, the 228 of Louis Jacobs, the 219 of Din Jurich, and Janis Diak and Richard Thomas in the 238 and the 205 complete the 16-strong grid. So the drivers now on the latter part of the formation lap. Red lights are ignited on the start gantry just past the start finish line. It will be down to Nikita Genza and Moritz Schmeiß to control the pace for the rolling start formation, as they will now go into side-by-side formation ahead of 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Pace will now start to increase as they come round the final corner. They split, go into the tram lines. The revs rise for the final time in Junior Rotax. Lights are out, we get away and racing. As up the inside of Moritz Schmeiß goes Valentin Klus. As Nikita Genza runs very wide, and it's side by side between Schmeiß and also Klus going through into the first main corner. Genza down into 4th place as everyone's trying to jockey for position. But one driver trying to go a bit brazenly round the outside just behind Farin Mega as Rafael Balzer drops down a few places as 3 abreast coming out of the chicane. And some of those drivers include the 262 of Kian Agasade in the mix of all of that, as the leaders now make their way through the last chicane before they head towards the final double right-hander. As we've had now, I'm just seeing that there's one driver that's dropped quite a few positions, probably 2 to 3 as I count, as they come to complete lap number 1. Schmeiß leads, Klus in second. Mikkel and Magnus Pedersen complete the top 4, as it looks like that Farin Mega now trying to fight back against Magnus Pedersen, as the 245 looks towards the inside, can't get through as the Dane closes the door. Kian Agasade and Nikita Genza round out the top 7 positions as it's side by side between Magnus Pedersen and also Farin Mega for position, but up the inside tries to go Kian Agasade on the 245, with Nikita Genza just behind. And we had a time penalty issued for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. It is Corbin Hillebrands in 11th position in the 241 that has been handed that penalty. But the top 3 being led by Moritz Schmeiß, Valentin Klus in 2nd place, with Mikkel Pedersen rounding out the top 3. They come across the line to complete lap number 2, covered by just over a second.
as Kian Agassade ahead of Fahin Mega, as Rafael Balza now just behind Rafael Renhofer. And that's the battle for 9th place, as it's nearly side by side between Corbe Hillebrands and Leo Arndt. A little bit further down the order for 12th position. So running order at the moment, it is Maurice Schmeiss that leads. Valentin Klus in second. They've now started to break away the top two from Mikkel Pedersen in 3rd place, Magnus Pedersen in 4th, Kian Agassade now all the way up to 5th place past Farin Mega, Nikita Genza in 7th, Nevio Fischer in 8th, Rafael Renhofer and Rafael Balza round out the top 10 positions. As now Farin Mega getting closer and closer to Nikita Genza, as Valentin Klus was just over 0.2 of a second behind Maurice Schmeiss for the lead. And a good run coming out of the start-finish straight onto the first couple of corners. Goes Fahin Mega, trying to go up the inside of Kian Agassade, but loses a bit of traction, putting the power down through the corner. The 245 from Kashmir.de goes up the inside of the 262 on the very next turn. Gets a bit sideways. Agassade trying to go through, but Mega manages to hold on. So Mega now up into 5th place. Richard Thomas in 14th, Louis Jacobs in 15th, and Din Hurey round out the 16, as they are still all circulating on the track. Just under 7 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap. As Schmeiss comes round the final corner, leading the way, just ahead of Valentin Klus, who again is getting closer and closer on each lap. Klus looking towards the inside, decides better of it as they blast their way down the main straightaway. So Corbin Hillebrands was trying to battle away with Richard Thomas, who actually got ahead for 13th position. Fastest lap of the race at the moment is the driver in 5th place with a 1 minute 1.17 for Farin Mega in the 245, and was just over 0.6 behind Magnus Pedersen on the last lap. Out of the top three, the quickest of them is the driver in 3rd place, Mikkel Pedersen from Denmark in the 252, as we're fast approach the completion of lap number 5. Schmeiss takes a quick glance over the right-hand shoulder. Valentin Klus now looking closer and closer. Dry line starting to show on the circuit. 5.5 minutes still remaining. As again, Valentin Klus looks to the inside of Maurice Schmeiss through the main infield section. So the battle between 9th and 11th position, which is led by Rafael Renhofer, then Rafael Balza in the 217, and then Leon Arndt last time around was covered by just over 1.1 seconds. As now there has been a change for 4th, and that means that Farin Mega is getting faster and has set the fastest lap of the race last time around. And Farin Mega has gone sub 60 seconds and is now up into 3rd place as the Pedersens start to battle for 4th. The pair were nearly side by side coming out of the next corner as Mega centred up the inside. And now the battle for the lead is changing hands as Valentin Klus came out of the chicane there, clattering into the curbs and nearly unsettled the back of the 201. So Schmeiss now back in front, but Farin Mega, who's apart from Din Jurich, is the only other driver that has gone sub 60 seconds and is getting quicker and quicker as the laps proceed. The dry line really starting to evolve as the Pedersen's still battling away in 4th and 5th place. as Mega goes for second and gets it cleanly through the apex of the final corner, and now goes towards the outside of Morris Schmeiss to try and get the cut back through to the very next turn. Mega's going to try and push with 3.5 minutes remaining, going towards the inside line. Morris Schmeiss looks to the left, sees that Mega is there, and Mega pounces and goes up the inside, now to take the lead. And the battle of the Pedersens, it is Mikkel ahead of Magnus, 4th and 5th respectively. And with the top 5 covered by just over 1.7 seconds before Farhan Mega went for the lead and got it after a couple of corners. So several drivers now going into the sub 60 second bracket, which includes Nikita Genza, who's currently 7th, 1.1 seconds behind Kian Agasadeh, as Mega crosses the line to start lap number 9 and puts in a 59.173 on lap number 8. Pulls a gap of about 1.1 seconds over Morris Schmeiss, but Schmeiss looking to get closer into the next corner. Mega tries to go for a defensive inside line. Schmeiss trying to use the momentum of the kart to try and close up. And then Valentin Klus, in the meantime, has been passed by Mikkel Pedersen in the 247. So as the temperatures start to increase, the dry line starting to show on the track, will be the one that's measured the way on how the tyres are evolving and how they're degrading. Is up the inside went Kian Agasadeh on Mikkel Pedersen, but then lost out the position straight away. So these drivers now have just over 90 seconds to go, plus an additional lap, as Valentin Klus back into 3rd place. This time Magnus Pedersen is in 4th and goes back up the inside, but Valentin Klus sees the door well and truly wide open. The pair nearly side by side through the chicane. Klus manages to go to the right hand side but can't slingshot past. And Mikkel Pedersen is just behind these two. Nikita Genza in 6th, Kian Agasadeh in 7th, ahead of Nevio Fischer, Rafael Renhofer and Rafael Balzer. Well, it looks like that has changed because Balzer is up ahead of the 233, it looks like. So Farhan Mega now goes on to the penultimate race lap of the weekend and has put in a 58.1. Schmeiss a 59.9, and the gap now 3.2 seconds between first and second position. As a little bit further down the order, looks like there has been a change, and that is for Nikita Genza getting past the 252 of Magnus Pedersen, who goes up the inside. Oh, has a little bit of a clash with the 226, and that allows Kian Agasadeh in the 262 to now get up into 5th position. So Farhan Mega now coming up to the penultimate right-hander, still leading, and the gap now will possibly be further extended as Nikita Genza trying to go towards the outside of the 252 of Mikkel Pedersen. Pedersen takes the inside line through the penultimate corner as we are now on the final lap. Valentin Klus trying to go for 3rd in the dying stages, as now Nikita Genza manages to get past round the outside before the corner on Mikkel Pedersen, as Farhan Mega now heads to the last part of the circuit. Gap between first and second, which is Farhan Mega from Morris Schmeiss, was 5.5 seconds, as the 245 now will negotiate 2 more right-handers, and the checkered flag now being prepared. And winning the final race of the weekend in Junior Rotax, it is the 245 of Farhan Mega. Second now comes Morris Schmeis in the 2:10. Magnus Pedersen holds on to third, just fractionally ahead of Valentin Klus. Kian Agasade and Nikita Genza take fifth and sixth respectively, ahead of Mikkel Pedersen, who would round out the top 7 positions. Rafael Balza, who started on the second row, will take an 8th place finish ahead of Din Jurich. Janis Stiak rounds out the top 10 ahead of Nevio Fischer in the 2:36. Rafael Renhofer completes the top 12 ahead of Leon Arndt. Richard Thomas comes across the line in 14th place. As the 2:28 of Lewis Jacobs and then the 2:41 of Corbin Hilbrands shows that the full 16 driver contingent of Junior Rotax finishes after 12 laps, with Farin Mega taking the win in the final race of the weekend.
26 races completed. We now go to race number 27 in the meeting, the fifth and final race for Senior Rotax. And here is the starting order for the final time here. Starting from pole position will be the number 306 of Jori Tenhef, and alongside will be the 333 of Linus Hensen. Luca Thiel in the 399 will have the number 303 of Tim Micromax alongside. Lucas Thompson in the 312 and Philip Hamfrecht in the 337. That is row number 3. Bastian Barlage in the 329 and Julia Ponkratz in the 307 complete the top 4 rows, and completing the top 10, Lukas Hartmann in the 309 and the 318 of Fabian Bock as they head their way onto the formation lap. So rounding out the 20 strong order, it is as follows. Max Busch in the 313, Finn Stiak in the 338, the 316 of Jan Heinen, the 383 of Denny Bount, Lasse Reinhardt in the 305 completes the top 15. The 304 of Norton Griffith Falke, the 369 of Lukas Vavajanak, the 325 of Yannick Hermann, the 366 of Luca Köster, and Vivian Michel Rait in the 328 will complete the starting grid. 14 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. Red lights are on the starting gantry for the final time for Senior Rotax. We'll have 2 more races to go after this one to conclude the action here at Arena E in Mulsen. The drivers now start filtering their way through into the final corner. The anticipation builds, they split, they go into the tram lines. Revs rise on the Rotax Max Evo engines. Lights go out, we go racing one final time, and there's an almighty tussle at the front of the field, heading into the right-hand kink, going into the first corner. But Linus Hensen steals the lead initially. Looked like Luca Thiel was getting sandwiched from both sides as they fast approached the right-hand kink. As the drivers now filter their way into the blast towards the other side of the circuit. Luca Thiel in second. And Juri Tenhef, our pole sitter, now down in third place. So the drivers now making their way to the far side of the circuit through the first of 2 successive right-handers. The fast one being one of the fastest on the circuit, if not the fastest corner on the circuit, coming onto the main straightaway. Hensen gets the head down. Thiel just behind and now tries to go for the lead up the inside of the 333. Makes the move stick. So Tenhef up into still in third. Lucas Thompson up to fourth. Tim Micromax and Philip Hamfrecht round out the top 6 positions. Fabian Bock, Bastian Barlage complete the top 8, with Finn Stiak and Lukas Hartmann just ahead of Julia Ponkratz. As there are several drivers trying to make their way through up the order, as the top 6 drivers trying to get away. They were covered by just over 1.6 seconds on the last lap. So Luca Thiel leads Linus Hensen. Hensen on the back bumper of the 399. Tenhef in third. Thompson fourth. Tim Micromax in fifth. Philip Hamfrecht still in 6th position. Bastian Barlage and Finn Stiak now ahead of Fabian Bock. Lukas Hartmann completes the top 10, so the top 6 had a gap from Hamfrecht to Barlage of around about a second. As the 318 of Fabian Bock trying to close on Finn Stiak and the 338 for 8th position. And it is getting closer and closer between the top 6. They were covered by just over 1.1 seconds. Again,
Thiel leads now on to what is going to be lap number 4. 3 laps in the books. Henson charging forward. Can't get past for the lead quite yet, but might if he gets a good run coming out of this corner. Gets into the top of the 399. Up to the next turn to the left-hander, which then doubles back onto itself, and then it's a quick 90 right. And the amount of control that these drivers do have when the carts are pushed to the very limit of adhesion. As I noticed that Luca Thiel coming through this chicane after the infield straightaway was going a bit sideways at times, but still managing to control it and modulate the throttle to power through and correct the cart's direction. So Norton Griffith Falker is an early retirement, so we are down to 19 competitors. As now the top 3. Oh, Tim Micromax sends it up the inside of Lucas Thompson into the first main corner in the 303. And that has now allowed the 337 of Philip Hamfrecht to try and go up the inside himself and nearly gets through. Thompson manages to hold on whilst Hamfrecht ended up being compromised trying to go for the position, and that has allowed the 329 of Bastian Balaj in the just behind to try and close. Finstärk, Lukas Hartmann, Fabian Bock, Julia Ponkratz, Jan Heinen, Luca Köster, Lasse Reinhardt and Denny Bout round out the top 15. And the top 10, well, make that the top 11, were covered by 2.9 seconds. The gaps are getting closer between these drivers. As now, Luca Thiel behind Linus Hensen. Juri Tenhef trying to look to see if there was an opportunity to get through for second. Gets out of that corner, puts the power down, as now Luca Thiel trying to go up the inside of Linus Hensen. Gets up the inside, and Juri Tenhef gets through too. Oh, crikey, could it be another one if Tim Micromax has got through? Not quite, as one driver goes very wide, and that was Tim Micromax. Linus Hensen and Philip Hamfrecht get through. And now, was that Fabian Bock that just got past? As now, that has completely changed because one driver is losing positions down the field. And Tim Micromax, I think, has just jumped out. That is now, I think, effectively 10th position. The 2 leaders now in the meantime. The 399 of Luca Thiel and Juri Tenhef now battling away for the lead. Linus Hensen now a clear 1.482 seconds adrift in third. And has got Philip Hamfrecht trying to battle back and looks again up the order. Tenhef looking towards, seeing there was a gap to get through on Luca Thiel. Luca Thiel not able to let that happen. We're able to let that happen. So Tim Micromax now confirmed in 10th position behind Julia Ponkratz in the 307. Six minutes down, 8 to go, plus an additional lap. Juri Tenhef trying to get the run of momentum coming out of the final corner to catch up with the leader, Luca Thiel in the 399. There was 71 thousandths of a second adrift that time around. Linus Hensen now has just over 2.5 tenths of a second between himself and Philip Hamfrecht in the 337 in the battle for third place. As a little bit further behind, the 312 of Lucas Thompson battling away, as up the inside of Luca Thiel goes Juri Tenhef for the lead. Linus Hensen and Philip Hamfrecht still round out the top 4 positions. As Bastian Balaj actually got passed by Lucas Thompson for 5th place. And then just behind is Lukas Hartmann, Finstärk, Tim Micromax, who's now got past Julia Ponkratz for 9th position. And then Fabian Bock in 11th. 2 leaders come across the line to complete lap number 8 as we go past the halfway time on the clock. Fastest lap of the race that time around was Linus Hensen, a 51.849. And the 2 in front, Luca Thiel a 52.370, Juri Tenhef a 52.121. But again, Luca Thiel looking very close in the braking zone. As up the inside goes Tim Micromax to take another position, and that looks to be up the inside of Finstärk. So Tim Micromax trying to push forward. And on that last lap, he did a 52.445. As now Luca Thiel looks towards the inside of Yuri Tenhef through the right-hand kink and goes up the inside on the very next corner. Retakes the lead, but Tenhef going towards around the outside, goes to the left to cut back through, and Linus Henson gets an absolutely brilliant run coming out of that double right off of the right-hand kink past the start-finish line. As more dramas, more dices down the order. Tim Micromax is ahead now of Julia Ponkratz, who's now up into 8th position, so 7th and 8th for the pair. But Philip Hamfrecht, along with Linus Henson, are closing on the leaders. Henson again sets another fastest lap, and what's more, Philip Hamfrecht is nearly on the same pace as the 333 from Kachmi.de. Leaders now come around the final corner, come across the start-finish line, on to lap number 11, 10 laps down so far, at an absolutely blistering pace in the Sunday afternoon sunshine. And the top three covered by just over 2.8 tenths of a second. Running order at the moment is Luca Thiel leading from Yuri Tenhef, Linus Henson, Philip Hamfrecht, with Lukas Thompson rounding out the top 5. Tim Micromax, Julia Ponkratz, Fabian Bock, Lukas Hartmann and Bastian Balaj round out the top 10 positions. Vinstjak, Luca Köster, Jan Heinen, Danny Bount, Lasse Reinhardt, Max Busch, Lukas Vavajanak, Yannick Herrmann and Vivian Michel Heid still circulating. So 19 drivers having made it through so far, as we have just over 4 minutes and 20 to go. Top 3 really, really getting competitive. It's Linus Henson up the inside of Yuri Tenhef after the right-hand kink. Tenhef trying to go side by side with a 333, but has to slot back into position. Just behind, they go up to the next corner. Henson goes defensive. Tenhef looked to go up the inside, but then that allowed Philip Hamfrecht to close up. Top 4 were covered by just over 8.5 tenths of a second last time around on the completion of lap number 11. Tim Micromax is bringing along Julia Ponkratz as the pair trying to catch up with Lukas Thompson, who's looking a little bit lonely at the moment in 5th place. But with the pace that both Tim Micromax and Julia Ponkratz are setting, Julia Ponkratz is actually second quickest out of the entire field with a 51.860 and was quicker by just over 3 tenths and was faster as a result of the driver in front, Tim Micromax. Ponkratz looked briefly towards the inside after the right-hand kink, as there's a little bit of a dice a bit further down the order. I think it was the 303, as now we have a change for the lead once again. Well, it looks like that Linus Henson now leads. Yuri Tenhef now in second. Philip Hamfrecht has now dropped down, has now come into 3rd place, and dropping down from the lead down to 4th is the 399 of Luca Thiel. So we still have 2 minutes and 40 seconds plus an additional lap. Linus Henson now has a gap, not a considerable one, but it is now over 5.5 tenths of a second. Then it's a further 0.138 back to Philip Hamfrecht, who now is in second, past Yuri Tenhef. Tenhef now trying to retaliate up the inside of the next corner, gets through for second. But what this is now allowing is that Luca Thiel can get back into the top 3 if there is the pace. Hamfrecht, goes for it up around the inside of the first part of the chicane and gets through of Yuri Tenhef. There was a little bit of a rub from front to rear bumper, but it was enough for Philip Hamfrecht to get through up into second position. We're into the last just under 2 minutes of this race. Linus Henson leads. The gap last time around was 0.557 of a second. Let's have a look as Philip Hamfrecht crosses the line in second place. It's over 1.2 seconds now. As up the inside of Yuri Tenhef goes Luca Thiel. Tenhef gets the switchback, retakes 3rd position. And in the meantime, Lukas Thompson now trying to close as Julia Ponkratz goes up the inside of Tim Micromax to take the place and then goes wide. Tim Micromax retakes the position, and just behind them is Fabian Bock in the 3:18, and then also Lukas Hartmann in the 3:09. And there's a battle, there's a three-way battle just behind, which is Bastian Balázs, Finn Stiak and Luca Costa. And that is the battle for over what is 10th position on the road. But Linus Hansen still leading the way. We now go on to lap number 16. 53 seconds on the clock to go, plus an additional lap. As now Fabian Bock close on the back bumper of Julia Ponkratz, who has Tim Micromax just up ahead. Lukas Hartmann not too far away from this battle, as Ponkratz goes defensive on Fabian Bock in the main infield technical part of the circuit. But at the moment, Henson has a lead of 1.256 seconds. Philipp Hamfrecht leads the charge for second to fourth between him, Juri Tenhef and Luca Thiel. So let's see, is it going to be close? This is going to be tight. If Linus Henson has to do this, plus another lap. Let's go. Oh, that was bang on the buzzer there from Linus Henson. So now we go on to the penultimate lap. And he puts in a 51.992. As now Philipp Hamfrecht coming under fire. And Juri Tenhef not that far behind the 3:37. Luca Thiel still there in fourth. But Lukas Thompson now joins the fray once again. And then just behind that, Tim Micromax still leads the train from 6th to 9th, which will include Julia Ponkratz in 7th, Fabian Bock in 8th, and now Lukas Hartmann in the 3:09, who is in 9th place. Henson now will come flying out of the right-hander to now go on to the final lap of the race and of the weekend for Senior Rotax. And it is a slipstream drag race down towards the first main corner between Juri Tenhef in third, Philipp Hamfrecht. Oh, nice move up the inside from Tenhef. Philipp Hamfrecht, I think, might have had a little touch from behind. And he pointed in the direction, I think, of Juri Tenhef, so there might have been a little bit of a touch that set the 3:35 wide, and that allowed Luca Thiel to now go back up into second position. So Juri Tenhef now has Lukas Thompson to battle with in the dying stages. Through the final chicane comes the 333 of Linus Henson. 2 more corners to negotiate. 15 minutes of racing action. The 18th and final lap is about to be concluded. The checkered flag waves. Well done, Linus Henson. The 333, and he knows that he's done the job. Well done. 3:99 of Luca Thiel takes second ahead of Juri Tenhef. Lukas Thompson, Philipp Hamfrecht rounds out the top 5. Tim Micromax and Julia Ponkratz round out the top 7 positions. Lukas Hartmann, Fabian Bock and Finn Stiak complete the top 10 ahead of Luca Costa, Bastian Balázs, Max Busch, Jan Heinen, Denny Bount, Lukas Vavajanak rounding out the top 16 ahead of Yannick Hellmann, Lasse Reinhardt and Vivian Michel Reit, but Linus Henson wins here in Senior Rotax Race 5 here in Mulsen by 1.749 seconds.
Achtung, Achtung, bitte vergessen Sie nicht, die Rennlizenzen vor Verlassen der Rennstrecke an der Waage abzuholen. Please do not forget to collect your race licenses from the weighing scales before leaving the circuit. Danke sehr.
Our penultimate race of the meeting here at Arena Air in Mulzen is DD2. Here is the penultimate starting grid of the weekend's action. Starting on pole position will be the 499 of Ronnie Göttler, and alongside from Kartsport Klim is the 468 of Hannes Border. FM Racing's Max Fleischmann, the 407, will start on the inside of row 2. Alongside will be Kraft Motorsport's Yannick Jacobs in the 411. Florian Breitenbach from Nies Racing and Dennis Thiem in the 404 will round out row 3. Marcel Steinert from RS Competition in the 413 will have the 444 of Nies Racing's Jan Ashtier alongside. Mark Bartels from 42 Competition, and in the 488 and Maximilian Dombos from RS Competition in the 414 will complete the top 10. Tim Stender in the 409, Francisco Blum in the 425, Jonas Volscheid in the 420, Niklas Kreins in the 431, and Oliver Breitenbach in the 422. Rounds out the 15-strong driver lineup. 14 minutes, plus an additional lap set on the timer. Red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. So the drivers now get into the final stage of the formation lap. It will be down to Ronny Göttler and Hannes Bode to start controlling the pace, with all the drivers now getting into the relevant grid spots for the formation. The drivers now head into the final corner. They split. They head into the tram lines. Ready? Revs rise. We go. Lights and racing. As the 468 of Hannes Bode has a massive drop back down the order as everyone starts to filter past. And now leading the way is the 407 of Max Fleischmann with Ronny Göttler just behind. And then Yannick Jacobs going up the inside of the 499 on that corner to take second place. Florian Breitenbach down in fourth place and has the 413 of Marcel Steiner trying to go up the inside on the next corner. Can't get through at the moment. So the drivers making their way through as Hannes Bode drops to actually the back of the field as a result of that very, very difficult start. But Max Fleischmann will cross the line to complete lap number 1 as our leader. Yannick Jacobs in second. Ronny Göttler in third place. Florian Breitenbach rounding out the top 4 positions. Marcel Steiner now being challenged by Dennis Thiem for position. As Yannick Jacobs was nearly pressurized there by Ronny Göttler for second place. As Jonas Volscheid try and get past Dennis Thiem in the 404 with Mark Bartels just behind in 8th place. And the entire field last time around when they all crossed the start-finish line were covered by just 4.7 seconds. As now Hannes Bode, I think, has just gone up the inside of Tim Stender. As the rest of the field now make their way across the start-finish line. Yannick Jacobs trying to pressurise Max Fleischmann, but nearly gets pounced upon by Ronny Göttler. Florian Breitenbach and Marcel Steiner still complete the top 5, but they were covered by just 0.661 seconds last time around. Dennis Thiem in 6th place. Jonas Volscheid up into 7th, ahead of Mark Bartels. Drivers still strategically trying to jockey for position. 11 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap remaining. Fleischmann now starting to break away. Yannick Jacobs keeping Ronny Göttler away for second position in the minute. Göttler trying to go left and then tries to go right up the inside of the 411. Tries to make the position, but as he capitalised, he hasn't, but he's got Florian Breitenbach trying to go past in the next corner and does so. Nice and cleanly up the inside, but shuts the door very quickly to not allow Ronny Göttler an opportunity to get past through the second part of that particular part of the circuit. As Jonas Volscheid makes up another position up the inside of Dennis Thiem. So Mark Bartels, Janis Stier and Oliver Breitenbach complete the top 10. And Max Fleischmann had nearly half a second gap between himself and Yannick Jacobs on the last lap. They come across the line. The gap looks to be shortened. 0.241 of a second. Breitenbach just 0.6 of a second behind the leader. Ronny Göttler, Marcel Steiner round out the top 5. Jonas Volscheid trying to hunt them down. Janis Stier being closed in on by Mark Bartels in the battle for 8th position. So the entire field covered by 7.931 seconds. All the way from Max Fleischmann, who still continues to lead after 4 laps completed on lap number 5. Francisco Blum in the 425, 7.931 seconds adrift, down in 15th place, but all drivers still circulating at the minute. But the lead has now definitely dissipated. The top four starting to concertina once again. Fleischmann trying to hang on. Jacobs in second. Florian Breitenbach and also Honey Gertler are trying to outdo one another as Breitenbach tries to go up the inside of Jacobs through for P2. Gertler gets a run coming out of that corner, trying to go towards the inside of the 433 for the very next turn. Up the inside goes Gertler. Can't get through because Breitenbach sweeps around the outside and manages to keep on the racing line in the process. Now it brings in Marcel Steinert and Jonas Volscheid. Just behind that is Dennis Thiem in the 404, who was about 0.7 of a second off of Volscheid when they crossed the line last time around. So now the battle for the lead will be contested, I think, looks to be the top 7. 8 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock remaining. And the top 7 covered by just 1.339 seconds. That's how close this race is. And what the drivers are trying to do is not make any sudden rash maneuvers, as Florian Breitenbach now is up into second place, past Yannick Jacobs. As there looks to be a little bit of a tussle between Jacobs, Gertler and Steinert. And looks like Gertler has lost down and dropped down to 5th position in the process of the result of that exchange. And now Niklas Krenz is getting into this in the 431 from 42 competition, as there's a move just behind. I think that was Mark Bartels being passed by Oliver Breitenbach, and then Janis Stier in tow, which was the case. So a good move from Oliver Breitenbach, who now is up into P9. The top 3 covered by just over 0.9 of a second, as now Fleischmann trying to break away, Florian Breitenbach trying to go with and break the momentum that the rest have behind. Yannick Jacobs now has to try and catch up. Marcel Steinert at the moment is actually slightly quicker, 51.465 on that last lap in comparison with Jacobs, 51.731 second lap time. But Breitenbach, Florian Breitenbach now very, very close to Max Fleischmann as they come around the final corner. Fleischmann will be at the disadvantage stage here, as now Florian Breitenbach goes towards the inside. The pair nearly clash wheels, but Breitenbach makes it through. Does he run wide out of the next corner? No, he doesn't. And that allows him to keep the lead, and if he'd run wide, Fleischmann would have been quickly up through there and back into the lead himself. Yannick Jacobs, Marcel Steinert and Honey Gertler complete the top 5. Jonas Volscheid in 6th. Niklas Krenz up to 7th, followed by Oliver Breitenbach. Dennis Thiem now having Janis Stier for company in the battle for 9th position. Mark Bartels in 11th. Hannes Border now trying to recover, but after that difficult start, I don't know if the 468 might have had a technical problem getting off of the start, because everyone was up to full speed and Hannes Border just suddenly bogged down as a result. Maximilian Dombos, Tim Stender and Francisco Blum are still all competing. All 15 drivers still have 6 minutes and 13 seconds plus an additional lap still to negotiate. But now Florian Breitenbach is trying to pull away from Max Fleischmann. The gap now 0.373, and in the process, not this time just gone, but the time before on lap number 8, he set the fastest lap out of anybody, a 50.613. Fleischmann actually the slowest of the top 3 at the moment, having done a 51.308. Yannick Jacobs did a 50.876. And Marcel Steinert does a personal best, a 50.707, and then Honey Gertler a 50.754. The leaders come around again. Now we go to complete lap 10. 5 minutes and 23 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. It is anyone's guess as to whether Florian Breitenbach will get away, but it hasn't really changed. And the reason why I say this is that Max Fleischmann did a 50.846. That was 13 thousandths slower than Breitenbach himself, doing a 50.833. But then Yannick Jacobs puts in a 50.571 and in the process sets the fastest lap. Now, the battle is really changing in terms of dynamics because Marcel Steinert and Ronny Göttler are now with them. Keep your eyes on Jonas Volscheid in 6th position, who is also getting quicker and has just put in a 50.731, was 0.728 off of Göttler in terms of the distance between the pair last time around. As now Max Fleischmann comes under fire from Yannick Jacobs, trying to go up the inside. Does so, gets second. Does he run wide? No. Nicely done there. As Marcel Steinert now keeps ahead of Ronny Göttler. As Yannick Jacobs goes defensive on Max Fleischmann for 2nd position. Steinert keeps it nice and steady on the racing line, ahead of Ronny Göttler. Volscheid in the meantime did a 50.785, so was slightly slower than the two ahead by over 1/10 of a second at the very least. But Florian Breitenbach now has a 5.5 of a second advantage, as now Yannick Jacobs has got past Max Fleischmann, who now will have Marcel Steinert for close company, as they will now start battling for 3rd place. So as Fleischmann looks to be slightly dropping, the others behind are using the momentum. Steinert goes for the move on Fleischmann, ducks back in behind the 407, but decides not to go for it. That allows Ronny Göttler to close. And towards the left-hand side goes Ronny Göttler, then switches to the right into the next corner to see if he can get the switch back on the 413 from RS Competition. Jonas Volscheid in the meantime now is back up with them. Niklas Krenz is bringing along Oliver Breitenbach, and it looks like Dennis Thiem. Janis Stier now looks to be dropping a couple of positions, and I think the 444 from Nice Racing now down in 11th position, I believe. So Breitenbach now has a commanding lead as we head into the last 2 3/4 minutes, plus an additional lap of over 1.19 seconds. From Yannick Jacobs, who is in 2nd, ahead of Max Fleischmann, Marcel Steinert, Ronny Göttler, rounding out the top 5. Niklas Krenz now closing on Jonas Volscheid for 6th position, and coming with is Oliver Breitenbach. Dennis Thiem in 9th, Hannes Border now back up into the top 10. And Oliver Breitenbach has set the fastest lap of the race, a 50.544. And Florian Breitenbach, in the meantime, has just gone across the line and done a 50.582. And the gap between Florian Breitenbach and, as now, Max Fleischmann drops out of the top 3. As Steinert and Göttler now 3rd and 4th. Volscheid getting stuck in. Don't forget about Niklas Krenz in 7th. Oliver Breitenbach now up into 8th place. Dennis Thiem not too far behind either in the 404. Hannes Border in 10th, Janis Stier in 11th. Mark Bartels in 12th, with Maximilian Dombos, Tim Stender and Francisco Blum still all circulating. Less than 90 seconds on the clock remaining. Florian Breitenbach continues now to extend this lead, and it's getting a bit more substantial as the laps go by. Gap now is 1.5 seconds as he puts in the fastest lap, 50.478. Marcel Steinert a further 1.3 seconds adrift of Yannick Jacobs, as now Ronny Göttler jumps up and down in the seat to try and get past the 413 and manages to do so, but leaves the door wide open for Steinert to filter through back into 3rd. Max Fleischmann still keeping there or thereabouts as Oliver Breitenbach touches wheels with Niklas Krenz trying to go up the inside of the 431 from 42 competition. And that was very, very close, too close for comfort for both drivers. That could have been even more, that could have been a bit of a disaster for the pair of them. But now Florian Breitenbach gets the head down, goes across the line, and there has been a black and white warning flag for Ronny Göttler in the 499. So as the 433 of Florian Breitenbach now heads to the far part of the circuit, the timer set to hit 0 very, very shortly, as in right now. 14 minutes are up. This is the penultimate lap of the race and the weekend for DD2 drivers. So through the last chicane on the circuit goes the 433 of Florian Breitenbach. Second is Yannick Jacobs, but the battle for third still not over yet, and there is an absolute freight train behind, and that is being led by Marcel Steinert in the 413 from Morris competition. Ronny Göttler and Max Fleischmann round out the top 5. Final lap it is, as Ronny Göttler trying his best to try and get past Marcel Steinert, who closes off the door substantially after the right-hand kink and into the first couple of right-handers. But Göttler again trying to do his best to get up the inside of Marcel Steinert, but again leaves the door open, and this time Maxi Fleischmann trying to get through too and manages to get past. Oh my goodness, Ronny Göttler loses an absolute wodge of places. He drops down from third all the way down to around about 7th or 8th position by my count. So now we are awaiting the checkered flag, and Florian Breitenbach will now come round the final corner, put the pedal down to the floor, and once again take the checkered flag and win the race. Yannick Jacobs takes second, Marcel Steinert gets third, and Oliver Breitenbach takes 4th place ahead of Max Fleischmann. Jonas Walscheid in 6th ahead of Niklas Kreens. Hannes Bodder takes 8th ahead of Ronny Göttler, who drops dramatically down the order on that very last lap. Dennis Thiem takes 10th ahead of Mark Bartels. Janos Stier in 12th place. Maximilian Dombos takes 13th ahead of Tim Stender and Franziska Blum, who rounds out the top 15. But Florian Breitenbach wins the last DD2 race of the weekend by 1.757 seconds. We now come to the last race of the weekend, and closing out the show will be DD2 Masters. So here is your final grid out of the 29 races that we've had this weekend. So Dennis Thiem and Daniel Schollenberger will start on the front row in the 544 and the 522 respectively. Timo Haug in the 507 and Klaus Barnett in the 502 complete the top 2 rows. Marco Winkler in the 566 and Andreas Frenzel complete the top 6. Stefan Carbo in the 555 and Konrad Bayer in the 508s complete the 4th row. Rounding out the top 10 will be Falco Bergholz in the 520 with Daniel Yildiz in the 572 from FM Racing completing the top 10 with Daniel Schultz in the 524 completing the 11 strong grid. "14 minutes on the clock set for one final time, plus an additional lap. Red lights are on the starting gantry. So round the final corner come the 11 DD2 Masters drivers. They split, they go into the tram lines. Revs rise for the final time this weekend. Lights out and away we go. Great start by Timo Haug up into second before we've even hit the first main corner. As Dennis Thum leads the way, side by side for third position, briefly, between Daniel Schellenberger and Klaus Parnett as Marco Winkler goes up the inside of the 502 for the next corner. Tries to go through all the pair, nearly touch. Oh, there's a bit more clashing behind. And I think that might have been Stefan Kravo, possibly, that was compromised as a result of that. No, it might have even been Andreas Frenzel, as Konrad Bayer now trying to go side by side and goes very wide indeed, allowing the rest of the... And we've just had, that is the 555 of Stefan Kravo, that had a little bit, I think there was a little bit of an they nearly came together, I think. But the left-hand side pod of Kravo's kart looking very second-hand. 13 minutes and 7 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Dennis Thum leads from Timo Haug by 0.237 of a second. Just behind is Daniel Schellenberger. Top three were covered by just under half a second last time around. Marco Winkler now up into fourth ahead of Andreas Frenzel. Klaus Parnett in sixth place in the 502 as Schellenberger goes on the offensive up the inside of Timo Haug and nearly gets through, but Haug from FM Racing manages to keep the position. Schellenberger right on the back bumper of the 507 as they go through the final chicane on the circuit, heading towards the double right-hander that will bring them around to complete lap number 2. Dennis Thum did have a 0.237 second advantage coming across the start-finish line when we completed lap number 1. Lap 2 now done and dusted. 0.460 between the pair. Marco Winkler has got past Daniel Schellenberger in the meantime, up into third place. Goes the 566. So Andreas Frenzel in the 503 rounds out the top 5. Klaus Parnett, Falco Bergholz, Daniel Schulz, Daniel Yildiz, Konrad Bayer and Stefan Krabo are still battling away as Daniel Schulz trying to get past Daniel Yildiz, can't get past, and now has Konrad Bayer in the 508 from RS Competition for close company. And these three are battling over what is now 8th position. As Bayer trying to go up the inside towards the penultimate right-hander, can't get through. Leaders cross the line onto lap number 4. Dennis Thum now has a 0.629 second advantage over Timo Haug. Marco Winkler, Andreas Frenzel and Klaus Parnett now ahead of Daniel Schellenberger. The 522 driving down the order. And that car, now I'm wondering whether he has an issue, Schellenberger, because that car is not up to full racing speed. Has he got a technical problem? Yes, he is slowing. It looks like Daniel Schellenberger might decide to park the kart on lap number 4 of the race, which would be a real shame. He took second in the heavily wet weather affected race earlier on as Daniel Yildiz now goes up the inside of the 522. Konrad Bayer will now try and filter past. I think he's just letting the field pass and get into the pit lane very, very shortly. But Schellenberger trying to see if he can sort out the problem on the go. And Schellenberger's lap was a 56.535, and the leaders are lapping in the 51. Well, Dennis Thum has just done the fastest lap of the race of 51.3. So I think that kart is not fully functioning. So there must be a problem, and when you are that far off of the leaders, that's nearly 5.3 seconds off pace. So Dennis Thum now extends the lead over Timo Haug to just over a second, as we have 9 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Thum leads, Haug in second, Winkler in third. And Winkler has just gone nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than Timo Haug, and the gap between them now is just under 8 tenths. So Daniel Schellenberger looks to be gaining some pace now, up to a 54.831 on that last lap. So whether the kart is starting to come back to the 5:22. But I think he's just going to ride out the storm. And whether what happens as Daniel Yildiz trying to go up the inside of Falco Birkholz and gets past. Konrad Bayer now trying to look to see to get past the 5:20. A spirited drive from the 5:72 from FM Racing. One of the nicest guys, if not the nicest guy in the paddock. As Konrad Bayer now looking to get past Daniel Schultz. Great battle down the further part of the order as now Konrad Bayer gets into the slipstream coming out of the final corner and pulls out to the right-hand side. Up the inside of Schultz goes Konrad Bayer. And had actually broke the timing beam. Falco Birkholz, he broke the timing beam 76 thousandths behind the 5:20. And now Bayer will start chasing down Daniel Yildiz, and this is for 6th position. And I'm just keeping an eye on Daniel Schollenberger, who is still running in the 54.8. So I think he's just going to run to the end, or as far as the kart will be able to take the 5:22. Because at the very least, Schollenberger will score points. And now I'm just keeping an eye on the lap times between Daniel Yildiz and Konrad Bayer. And what's more, the 5:72 is actually quicker by nearly 1/10 of a second. 0.082 is the difference in the favour of Daniel Yildiz, with the gap between the pair now 0.7 of a second. But the gap still between Timo Haug in second and Marco Winkler in third place is about 0.77 of a second. Haug was quicker on that lap by nearly 0.3 of a second. A 51.260 from Timo Haug and a 51.531 from Marco Winkler. As the three leaders have now crossed the line, and Marco Winkler goes faster than anybody by nearly, he goes quicker than Timo Haug by nearly 1/10 of a second, and pips Dennis Thum for the fastest lap of the race by 7 thousandths. And now Daniel Yildiz is starting to being reeled in by Konrad Bayer, who has gone 1/10.5 quicker, 0.153 to be more precise. As we are now onto lap number 9. 6.5 minutes still remain of the race here in racing action here in Mulsen for the first round of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. Dennis Thum still striding away in the 5:44 from Kartsport Klim. Timo Haug and now Marco Winkler are less than 0.5 of a second, half a second between them. Winkler again puts in the fastest lap of the race at 51.103. Dennis Thum nearly gets exactly the same lap time, but was 4 thousandths of a second slower at 51.107. So Winkler is closing significantly in the latter stages. So seems to might have conserved a little bit of energy and also maybe a bit of tyre rubber as well. But also the fact that Daniel Yildiz and Konrad Bayer still about just over half a second between them at the minute. Consistently on lap times at the moment, Konrad Bayer is slightly quicker, but not by much. 5 minutes and 20 still to go. We're on to lap number 11 as the 5:03 of Andreas Frenzel still remains in 4th place. Klaus Parnett in the 5:02 in 5th. Daniel Yildiz followed quickly by Konrad Bayer. The 5:20 of Falco Birkholz rounds out the top 8. Stefan Cabo now past Daniel Schultz for 9th position. As Daniel Schollenberger still running considerably off the pace, but still persisting. A 54.931. So looking just to conserve the car with the engine as much as possible, I think. So maybe a little bit significantly off the pace, but we'll still keep going. First, second and third have now crossed the line to go on to lap number 12. Marco Winkler still rounds out the top 3 for the minute. Frenzel in the 5:03 still 4th. Parnett in the 5:02 still 5th. Daniel Yildiz still keeping ahead and goes and puts in a 51.656, his best lap of the race. And that is considerably nigh on half a second quicker than Konrad Bayer, who just puts in a 51 dead, a 52.1 dead. Birkholz a 55.562. Stefan Grabau manages a 51.622. But however, Dennis Thum now has the fastest lap of the race so far and has lapped within 100th of a second on the last two. So on lap number 10 is 50.928, and then lap 11 50.938. A 51.0 from the leader, 2.336 seconds the gap between Thum and Haug. As Marco Winkler sets a personal best with a 51.077. As now, Tanu Yildiz starting to lap anywhere between a 51.656 and a 51.810 as we head into the final 3 minutes. Plus an additional lap. Dennis Thum still leading. But Marco Winkler, in the meantime, trying to close up on second place driver Timo Haug in the dying stages of this race. As now the leader crosses the line to complete lap number 13. Let's have a look at the gap. Between second and third, the gap has now been slightly chipped away at 0.717 of a second. But Timo Haug, that particular occasion, was slightly quicker. So Tanu Yildiz now has a 1.1 second gap between himself and Konrad Bayer in 7th position. So now Dennis Thum looks to be getting closer and closer to lapping Daniel Schollenberger, who is his main antagonist last time out in the rain-affected race. The gap now between first and second, as Dennis Thum now has a 2.393 second advantage over Timo Haug. Marco Winkler now running a bit out of time, I fear, to try and catch the 5:07 from FM Racing in the dying stages. Into the last 90 seconds we go. Stefan Grabau, in the meantime, has got past Falco Birkholz. Daniel Schollenberger has called time on the race. Or has he? No, he's just let everyone past. So a 57.633. I think what Schollenberger is doing is just limping the cart across the finish line. Just conserving it as much as possible to ensure a points finish. So Marco Winkler looks to have settled for third position. The gap was 0.7. It's now just over a second between between second and third. 2.3 seconds is the exact gap between Dennis Thum and Timo Haug. So we go on to the penultimate lap of the race weekend here at Arena E in Mulsen. And I'm just keeping an eye. It looks like on the timing screens that Stefan Grabau has pulled over to the side off of turn 5 and now will not finish the race. It's a real shame for the 555, having possibly suffered a little bit of damage to the kart earlier on in the contact, going into the back part of the circuit. But through the final chicane for the penultimate time comes Dennis Thum, the last lap board of the weekend being readied. So Dennis Thum in the 5.44 from Kartsport Klim gets the lap board that he needs. 1 lap to go. Timo Haug still in second. Marco Winkler in third place. Andres Frenzel now comes across the start-finish line. Start his last lap in 4th place as he passes around the outside of Daniel Schollenberger. Klaus Parnett in the Maranello chassis for Nies Racing in the 502 5th. Tanju Yildiz and Konrad Bayer are now 4/10 of a second apart in the battle for 6th place. So that could very well, if Konrad Bayer decides to go for it, he hasn't got long left. Falco Birkholz takes 8th place across the start-finish line to go on to the last lap. Meanwhile, the leader, dominance through day 2 here in Mulsen, Dennis Thum from Kartsport Klim, comes across the start-finish line to win the 2nd race of the day. Took the points win yesterday on day 1. He finishes 2.296 seconds ahead of Timo Haug. Marco Winkler in 3rd place. Andreas Frenzel in 4th. Klaus Parnett in 5th. And Tanju Yildiz takes 6th ahead of Konrad Bayer. Daniel Schollenberger did cross the line a lap down in 10th place in the 5:22 as Falco Birkholz takes 8th. And Daniel Schultz rounds out the top 9 with Schollenberger finishing a lap down with Stefan Grabo, unfortunately not being able to compete in the race further than lap 14. But Dennis Thum wins in style and does the double here on day 2.
Ein Rennwochenende hier in Sachsen wird es nicht mehr allzu lange dauern, bis wir Ende September, also so Saisonhälfte, zurückkommen. Pro-Cut Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf ist von 19. bis 20. September Gastgeber des nächsten Rennwochenendes. Ein herzliches Dankeschön an die gesamte Mannschaft hier in der Arena E in Mülsen, die uns, das Rangierteam, die Teams, die Fahrer, ihre Familien und Sie als Zuschauer zu Hause beherbergt. Und vielen Dank für Ihr Interesse an unserem Rennen an diesem Wochenende. Wir freuen uns darauf, Sie alle begrüßen zu dürfen, um das Geschehen live und direkt von der Rennstrecke aus verfolgen zu können. Wir wünschen Ihnen allen einen wunderschönen Abend und hoffen, Sie in 4 Wochen wiederzusehen. Bleibt gesund und passt auf euch auf. After a fantastic race weekend here in Saxony, it won't be too long before we come back at the end of September, halfway through the season. Pro-Cut Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf will host the next race weekend between September's 19th and 20th. A big thank you to all the team here at Arena E in Mülsen for hosting us, the marshalling team, the teams, the drivers, their families and you viewers watching at home. And thank you for taking an interest in our racing here this weekend. We look forward to welcoming you all to follow the action live and directly from the racetrack in just 4 weeks' time. And we wish you a very lovely evening and hope to see you again soon. Stay safe and take care. Thank you for watching.